Welcome back to Harry's Verse. Today's tale, What If Harry Potter Was Conquest's Reincarnation? Before we dive in, if you haven't yet, go ahead and smash that subscribe button and ring the bell so you never miss a story from us. Now, let's begin. Chapter 1, The Cupboard Under the Stars. The belt cracked across the boy's shoulders, and for the first time in 8 years of small and careful living, the boy did not cry out. Vernon Dursley did not notice. Vernon had a rhythm to his anger: wind up, swing, punctuate with a noun, and he was in the middle of a noun. Freak, he was saying, and the belt came down again. Little. Bloody. Freak. In the hall beyond the cupboard, Petunia kept her hands folded over the front of her apron as if she were listening to a radio program she disapproved of. Upstairs, Dudley had turned his cartoons louder. It was a tidy, domestic noise, the way a washing machine is a domestic noise. Harry, folded on the thin mattress under the stairs, looked at the line where the wall met the low ceiling and felt something in his head do a thing it had never done before. It was not pain. Pain he knew. Pain had been the wallpaper of 8 years. This was more like a door opening in a room he had not known was a room. The light from the other side came in without permission. It was white, and patient, and very old. He heard a voice. It did not speak English, not at first. It spoke something harder, a language made of edges, consonants like blades pressed to a throat. Then the words turned, obliging, and arrived in a shape he could understand. "You are bleeding," the voice said. Harry's mouth opened. He did not mean to answer it. "I'm always bleeding." "That," the voice said, "is a failure." The belt came down again. Harry did not feel it. That was strange. He had felt every other one. He could hear it, a soft slap, almost polite, but the sting was not in his skin. He looked down at his arm. The old, thin shirt had torn across the shoulder where Vernon had caught the seam. The skin beneath was unmarked. No welt. No pink line. Smooth as washed river stone. Vernon's belt came down again. And again. Vernon was breathing hard now, the way he breathed at the dinner table when he had eaten too fast. "He is an old man with bad lungs," the voice in Harry's head said, quite clinically. "He will not last 80 more years. He will last 6 at most. You have been surviving an enemy that time was already killing." "Who are you?" Harry said. "I told you," Vernon wheezed. "I told you not to talk. I am you," the voice said. Vernon hit him again. Something in the rhythm of it was so pathetic that the boy felt, for the first time in his life, pity. Not for himself. For Vernon. The fat man had been trying so hard, for so many years, to teach a lesson to something that had always been heavier than him. "Stand up," the voice said. Harry stood up. The top of the cupboard was a beam, padded with half a century of cobweb. Harry was small. He had always been small. His head did not reach the beam, but when he drew himself to his full height, he rose an inch too high. His hair brushed the beam. His shoulders squared back as though someone had unpacked them from a tight box. He looked at Vernon, and Vernon's belt paused in the air. "Lie down," Vernon said. Harry said, in a voice that was still an 8-year-old's but arrived with a weight none of its words had any right to carry, "No." Petunia in the hallway made a small, dry sound, as though she had swallowed a fly. Vernon laughed. It was a bewildered laugh. "Get back." He swung. Harry caught the belt. Not with magic. There was no spark. There was no pop of a breaking glass or a bristling of hair on the back of anyone's neck. He caught it because his hand was faster than Vernon's arm, and because, when the leather slapped against his palm, it did not hurt. It sat in his grip like a shoelace. Vernon tried to pull it back. The belt did not move. Vernon tried harder. The belt did not move. Vernon's face, which had been purple, became an astonished gray. "Let go," Vernon said. You, said Harry, looking up at him, are going to be my uncle for 10 more years. You and I are going to have a talk about how that goes. The voice in Harry's head laughed. It was not a kind laugh, but it was recognizable as a laugh, which was more than Vernon had ever managed. Be economical, the voice said. You cannot kill him. You are a child and there are witnesses. I know, Harry said. Know what? Vernon said. Not you, said Harry. He let go of the belt. Vernon, unbalanced, stumbled back and hit the hallway wall. A framed photograph of Aunt Marge and her bulldog rattled. Petunia's hand fluttered to her mouth and stopped halfway. Harry walked out of the cupboard under the stairs and did not go back to it that night. He did not, as one might expect, go upstairs and take Dudley's bedroom by force. He did not scream at Vernon or accuse Petunia of anything. He did not cry. He went to the kitchen and filled a glass with cold water from the tap and drank it, slowly, the way a man who has been in a desert takes water in sips so he does not shock his body. He looked at the fluorescent strip over the cooker and thought, without words, this light is old and full of dead insects. I can see every one of them. He looked down at his hand, and his hand was still small and scabbed over at the knuckle from a fall in the playground 2 weeks back, but the scab itched. He scratched at it. It flaked off clean, and under it, the skin was already new. He sat at the kitchen table. Petunia shuffled in after a long minute. Vernon stayed in the hall, breathing heavily and pretending, in some corner of his small brain, that he had chosen not to follow. Harry, Petunia said. He looked at her. She was thin-faced and thin-necked, and there were 5 shades of disappointment in her eyes, most of them for her sister. Harry was, for the first time in his life, not afraid of her. He was not angry at her either. He was a long, long way from either. Sit, he said, quietly. Petunia sat. For a while, they looked at each other. The kitchen clock ticked. The fluorescent strip buzzed. Somewhere upstairs, Dudley laughed at cartoons. Aunt Petunia, Harry said. I've had a very long day. I think I have been having a very long day for a long time. I do not want to live in the cupboard anymore. I do not want you to hit me anymore. I do not want Dudley to hit me anymore. I do not want Vernon to hit me anymore. I do not want to be hungry all of the time. Those are, to begin with, my conditions. She stared at him. In exchange, Harry went on, I will continue to do the garden, because I enjoy it. I will continue to keep quiet to Mrs. Number 7. And I will not, ever, tell any adult at the school how long a boy can last in a cupboard with a cup of water. Petunia's mouth opened. Nothing came out. Adequate, said the voice in his head. They do not have to like you. They have only to understand you. Harry, Petunia said at last, her voice a thin, dry twig of a thing, what has happened to you? Harry thought about that. I remembered, he said. Something that I forgot. That night he slept in Dudley's second bedroom, the one full of broken things, the one that would someday be his. He did not bother to move the broken things. He slept on the bare carpet. It was softer than the cupboard mattress. He did not sleep well. Sleep, it turned out, was not his old friend. His body had been tired for 8 years. It was not tired anymore. He lay on the floor in Dudley's second bedroom and let the door open wider in his head and waited. The memories did not arrive in order. They arrived the way a man's belongings arrive after a long war, in crates, wrapped in cloth, some broken, some strange. He remembered a sky that was not this sky. It was a sky of 2 suns, and the suns were white, and the light they made burned the stones red. He remembered a city carved into the side of a mountain, every balcony precisely at the angle of maximum sightline, because the people who built that city had assumed that war would come over the ridge every generation and built accordingly. He remembered hands, his hands, but broader, scarred, gloved. He remembered teeth pulled long over time, a mouth that had smiled at nothing for 100 years because there had been nothing to smile at. He remembered a word. Viltrum. He said it aloud into the dark. Viltrum. The word did not belong in Dudley's second bedroom. It rang against the walls the wrong way, like a sword drawn over carpet. He remembered a starfall of planets. He remembered how one man could be a season, he had been a season, on more than one world. He remembered the cold wind of space on his face. He remembered laughing into that wind. He remembered a body kneeling in front of him, the head bent, the hair wet with its own blood, and he remembered the bright clean feeling of contempt, which had always been his favorite feeling. They chose you, he had said to that kneeling body. Then they should have chosen better. He remembered the last thing he had said to himself, before the cold. Again. He opened his eyes in Dudley's second bedroom. He was 8 years old. He was thin. He had a scar on his forehead that he had never, in this life, understood. Again, he said. And the boy who had been Harry Potter, and also, underneath that, the thing that had been Conquest of the Viltrumite Empire, sat up on Dudley's broken carpet and began, quietly, to plan. For 3 years, nobody in Little Whinging noticed anything odd about the Dursleys' nephew. That was by design. Petunia did not hit him again. Vernon did not hit him again. Dudley tried, once, the morning after, because Dudley was stupid, and Harry had put one finger under Dudley's chin and lifted until Dudley's heels left the floor, and then set him back down, and Dudley had not tried since. Marge came for Christmas. Marge did not like Harry, but Marge did not stay at Privet Drive long, and did not stay on her feet after her third sherry, which was a thing that was a problem for her, and not a thing Harry had to engage with. School was not a problem. The boys' gang that had hunted him for a year in the park found, one afternoon, that Harry stopped running. Harry sat, instead, on a bench. He was very small. He did not get up when Piers Polkiss shouldered him. He did not fall over. Piers Polkiss fell over. A little later Piers Polkiss went home to his mother and said that Dudley's weird cousin had a way of standing that made you not want to stand next to him. Dudley, who had always been an animal of groups, found his group thinning. He found, also, that when he came up to Harry's new desk at the back of the classroom, Harry had moved his desk, quietly, one afternoon, without asking. Dudley had nothing to say. That was the surface of things. The important things happened at night. He taught himself to fly. It did not come back all at once. Nothing did. The body he was in was a small, underfed, 8-year-old's body, and it had 8 years of small, underfed living written into its bones. The mind that lived in that body had once piloted a body of a very different quality, and the mind remembered. The body had to be persuaded. The first night he tried, standing on Dudley's broken carpet, he managed to hover an inch off the ground for 4 seconds and then crashed, not painfully, into the chest of drawers. Your diaphragm, the voice in his head said, it had begun to speak less often, because it and he had begun to fuse, but it still said things on occasion. It is the lever. Stop thinking of up. I am not thinking of up. Then you are lying to yourself. Stop. He tried again. He hovered for 7 seconds. He sat down on the carpet. He tried again. 11. 20. He did not try for height. He tried for stillness. Conquest, he thought of that now as a name, a role, a rank, though it did not quite fit anything else, had always said that the beginner wanted to go fast and high and impress his officers. The beginner died first. The general stayed still first, and then moved when he had decided where to be. By the end of the first month, he could hover, easily, anywhere in Dudley's second bedroom. By the end of the second, he could rest cross-legged in mid-air while he thought. By the end of the third month, he went outside. He waited for a Wednesday. Wednesday was dustbin night in Little Whinging, so the streetlight on the corner of Privet Drive and Magnolia Road was always a little slow to switch on while the bin men banged the cans, and he slipped out through the kitchen door at 11:05. He walked to the end of the garden. He looked up. The clouds that night were low and thin, scrubbed out, the way Petunia scrubbed her good silver. He lifted. He rose, unhurried, until little whinging lay beneath him, a little grid of yellow lights and one blue one, the shiftless square of someone's TV through a too-thin curtain. He hovered, cross-legged again, above Mrs. No. 7's apple tree, and he looked. It is a small country, he thought. Conquest inside him was pleased. Conquest likes small countries. Conquest had always found that small countries had very neat officers and made for fast wars, which was not a consideration here, but a thing about countries. Harry inside him, because there was still a Harry, and it mattered that there was, looked down at the yellow lights and felt, for a full half-minute, something that was not hunger and not hate and not curiosity. He did not have a name for it. He had never lived anywhere where he could feel it. The feeling was, roughly, I am free. He came back down before the bin men left. He kept doing it. He kept flying. He kept eating more, now that he was eating at the table, rather than behind it, and now that Petunia, in her own strange way, was a little afraid of him, and he kept getting stronger. By his 10th birthday he was still small for his age, but he was not thin. By his 11th he could catch a hurled wrench from under the kitchen sink and then bend it, gently, into a spiral, while Petunia watched him over the rim of her teacup and pretended she was watching the kettle. There were, occasionally, oddnesses. Once, trying to see if he could, he looked at a teaspoon on the table and tried something he half remembered. The teaspoon glowed red. Then orange. Then it was a puddle on Petunia's tablecloth. Petunia screamed. He apologized. He paid for the tablecloth by mowing the lawns of 3 neighbors for £6 each. He did not do that again indoors. Once, on a flight, he made himself push faster than he had pushed. He broke a sound he had not meant to break. A bang like God dropping a door rolled out over Surrey. The next day, the papers were full of an unexplained sonic event. The RAF denied everything. Harry read the paper over Vernon's shoulder at the breakfast table and did not smile, because Vernon was recovering from the bang, which had gone over Privet Drive at some considerable altitude, and Vernon was a little jumpy these days. Once, running, just running, down the empty road between Little Whinging and the fields beyond, alone at 4 in the morning on a Sunday, he caught himself out of the corner of his own eye, and he laughed. Because he knew what he looked like. He had watched himself look like it, more than once, from behind his own eyes, on other worlds. He looked like a thing that was going somewhere, and you did not ask where. He laughed, and he slowed, and he walked back home before Petunia got up to make breakfast. There was a day when he remembered what had killed him. It was an ordinary afternoon, the summer before his 11th birthday. He was in the garden, pulling up the crop of ground elder that Petunia had given up on, because if he did not pull it up, no one would. The sun was high. A bee had parked itself on the back of his hand, and he had let it, because he did not disturb bees. The memory came the way they sometimes still came, sideways, unbidden, with the quality of a smell that has been in a coat pocket for a long time. He remembered a fist. Not his fist. The fist had been smaller than his, or it had looked smaller, and it had hit him across the face, and he remembered the surprise of it. He remembered that more than the blow. The blow had been enormous, the surprise had been infinite. Conquest had not been surprised in, 500 years? 800? And a young Viltrumite who was only half-trained, only half-committed, still afraid of his own hands, had hit him in the face with the whole weight of 2 planets' worth of fury. Something had cracked, and the something had been him. He had ended, some time later, on some other day, in some other fight, the thread got tangled, and he had ended laughing, because when a man had lived as long as Conquest had lived, death was almost a surprise party. He had thought he would get another round. He had thought he always got another round. He had been wrong. He had died, and somewhere on a small blue planet with one small yellow sun and a pantheon of terrified wizards, a baby boy had been born to a woman named Lily and a man named James, and that baby boy had, at 11 months, taken a killing curse to the forehead and lived, and the reason he had lived, Harry knelt in the garden now, with a handful of ground elder loose in his fingers, and understood, was not his mother's love, although his mother's love had probably been the thing that carried him through it. The reason he had lived was that there had been something underneath him that did not die when ordinary people died. A thing that had survived a fist that had also done something to him in a hallway on a green planet. He sat back on his heels in the garden. The bee flew off. Voldemort, he said aloud. He had heard the name only once, from Petunia, in a muttered aside, and he had been listening, because he listened to everything. Unusual name, said what was left of the voice in his head, which was now basically him. He tried to kill me, Harry said. You were very young. Yes. And he is not dead. No, the ground elder had begun to seed. Petunia had let it go too long. Harry pulled up the last of it, worked the roots out with his fingers, and piled it, neatly, on the path. He stood. Then, he said to himself, we will be getting to that. The old woman on the park bench came back, 3 weeks later, and Harry was ready for her. He had seen her twice more since April, once at the greengrocer's, and once at the school gate at home time, watching nothing in particular with a care that was wrong. She was very good. It was the tidiness of the whole thing that gave her away. Little whinging, in Harry's experience, did not produce old women this tidy. He sat down on the other end of her bench. She did not look up. Madam, he said, politely. May I ask your name? She turned a page of her newspaper. The page rippled. A photograph of a thin, dark-haired wizard moved at her knee and then, with a flick of her fingers, stopped moving. She folded the paper. She looked at him, over the top of her glasses. Her eyes were tabby brown and shrewd. Minerva McGonagall, she said, as though she had been deciding, over the rim of her cup, for several weeks whether she would ever say that to him, and had decided now. I'm Harry Potter. I know who you are, Mr. Potter. Yes, Harry said, kindly, I rather thought you did. A pause. In the park, a boy kicked a ball, missed it, kicked it again. A dog barked somewhere. Minerva McGonagall, Professor, Deputy Headmistress, Animagus. Harry did not yet know all her titles, but he could see the way she held her spine, and he had met soldiers, and he knew rank when he saw it, folded her paper in her lap. You are not, she said, evenly, what I expected. What did you expect? A small and frightened child. Well, said Harry, I am small. She nearly smiled. He saw the smile try and get pushed back down. Tell me, Mr. Potter. How long have you known? That I was being watched? Since April. That I was a wizard? Longer. How long longer? He considered. Since I was 8. Her eyes sharpened. 8. Yes. And you did not speak, for 3 years, of it to anyone? Harry looked at her. He liked her. He had liked her from the first sight of her. There was nothing soft in her, but nothing cruel either, and he had an eye for both. He said, carefully, Professor. My family did not like wizards. My family hit me for less. Who, exactly, did you expect me to tell? Minerva McGonagall's mouth drew into a thin line that was not directed at him. I see, she said. And now? Now my family does not hit me. No. No, and why not? Because I stopped them. How? Harry smiled. It was a small, polite, 11-year-old smile. It was the smile of a boy who had caught an interesting beetle. Underneath it, if McGonagall had been someone other than who she was, if she had been, say, Albus Dumbledore, who was better at reading things under smiles, she might have taken a half-step back on the bench. She did not take a half-step back. But she did, briefly, stop breathing. Professor, said Harry, will there come a point, in my education, at which I must explain myself to you? There will, I imagine, come several. Then I should very much like to save them for when we are both indoors and you are my teacher, and I am your student, and there is tea. Out here in a park, I am a boy and you are a stranger, and I would rather be ordinary. She looked at him for a long time. You are not, she said at last, ordinary. No, Harry agreed. We suspected, that is, the headmaster suspected, that something was changing. There have been reports. Accidental magic is normally smaller. There was, Harry said, a sonic incident over Surrey, on the 11th of February, at 9:47 in the evening. Yes. That was me. Yes. We had concluded as much. And the teaspoon? I beg your pardon. Nothing. A teaspoon in the kitchen at Privet Drive that I melted, some months ago. I assumed you had inspectors. We do not, McGonagall said carefully, have inspectors for that kind of thing. Accidental magic is a private matter, as a rule. Ah. Mr. Potter. She hesitated. Are you well? He looked at her. He saw that the question was real. She was not asking the correct English politeness. She was asking because she thought the answer might be no, and she wanted to know, and she wanted to write a letter. He was, suddenly, moved. He had not expected to be moved. Professor, he said, I am much better than I was 3 years ago. That is the truest answer I can give you. I do not think I will ever be what you would call a normal boy. I think there is nothing in me that has been a normal boy in a very long time. But I am not unhappy. I have purposes. I am, as a rule, safe. I will come to your school in September, if you will have me, and I will try to be a good student, and I will not set fire to the hall. I believe you, Mr. Potter. Thank you, Professor. She gathered her paper. She stood. She was a slight, upright woman in a tweed skirt, and she was also, Harry saw very plainly, not. Behind the lean grey figure was a cat shape, the same shape, and neither displaced the other. She was two things at once, held in balance. He admired that. On the 31st of July, she said, Rubeus Hagrid will come to fetch you for your school shopping. He is, large. He is also, she paused, choosing, good. I will treat him accordingly. I imagine you will. She turned to go. Then she turned back. Mr. Potter. Yes, Professor. Your parents, she said, would have been proud. I do not know what exactly they would have been proud of. But I knew them, and I am quite certain that they would have been proud. She left before he could answer, which was kind of her, because he did not have an answer. He sat on the bench for a while, listening to the boy kicking the ball. Somewhere in him, very quietly, something that was older than Conquest and younger than Harry, because there was a Harry, and he had always been younger, even when a general was walking in his skin, turned over and went back to sleep. He did test, once, what he would do if something came to kill him. It was a thought experiment, for 3 weeks in May, and then one night it was not a thought experiment, because 2 men broke into 4, Privet Drive. They were not wizards. That was Harry's first disappointment. They were ordinary men, with ordinary balaclavas, and they were 3 houses off their target. The Henshaws at number 7 had an ugly but expensive collection of silver, and a lazy cleaner who left windows cracked in summer. The 2 men had done their reconnaissance on the wrong street. They came through the kitchen window at 2:30 in the morning. They were quiet, for men of their kind. The first one over the sill had a torch, a crowbar, and a small, sharp knife clipped to his belt, a detail Harry noted, because a man with a clipped knife had intended, before he set out, that there be a use for it. Harry met them in the kitchen. He had come down silently, without needing to. He had stood in front of the fridge. He had waited. When the torch swung over his face he did not blink, and the 2 men, seeing him, froze, because nobody with any plan ever froze, and that meant this 11-year-old had a plan. Get out of my house, Harry said, conversationally. The torchman, to his credit, did not bolt. He lifted the crowbar. Harry, with 2 fingers of his right hand, plucked the crowbar out of his grip, bent it around itself in a tidy knot like a croissant, and set it on the kitchen counter. The torchman stared. His partner, half through the window, made a small, strangled noise and began, urgently, to reverse. "The door," Harry said, politely, "is this way." He pointed at the back door. The torchman, hands empty, mouth empty, turned. Harry walked him to the door. He opened it. He held it. The torchman, at a loss for any other instruction, walked through. "Tell your partner to stop wriggling," Harry said. "Come around. Use the door." The second man, in the end, used the door. The 2 of them stood in the back garden in their balaclavas and looked at Harry framed in the kitchen doorway in his pajamas and did not know what to do. "You picked the wrong street," Harry said. "The Henshaws are at number 7. Silver plate, a crystal decanter, pearl-handled fish knives you could sell to a London dealer for 300 cash. They're on holiday until the 5th. The cleaner leaves the pantry window cracked on Thursdays." He paused. "This is not a recommendation. It's an illustration of the fact that if I had wanted to do what you are trying to do, I would have done it, and I would not have been caught by a child." The 2 men stared at him. "Go home," Harry said. They went home. Harry closed the door. He locked it. He went back upstairs. In the morning, over toast, Vernon complained mildly that the lock on the back door felt stiff. Harry agreed that the lock on the back door felt stiff. He had missaid it, on purpose, by a hair's breadth, in case the 2 men were ever moved, later, to tell anyone the story of their evening, in which case nobody would believe them, because a stiff lock was not the kind of detail a liar remembered. Petunia, in the kitchen window, fetching down the teapot, watched Harry spread marmalade on his toast with a careful knife, and said nothing at all. On the morning of his 11th birthday, the sky over Privet Drive was a very ordinary blue. Harry had been awake since 4. He lay on the floor of Dudley's 2nd bedroom. It was his bedroom now, formally, though nothing in it had changed, and Dudley still kicked the door on his way to the stairs, out of force of habit, rather than hostility, and he watched the ceiling. He was waiting. He had been waiting for 3 months. On April the 12th, while walking home from school past the park, he had noticed an old woman sitting on a bench reading a newspaper that, when she turned the page, shimmered. It had moved as newspapers do not move. She had not noticed that he had noticed. Her eyes, when he met them, had been a tabby brown. Her mouth had been tight, professional, the mouth of a woman who disapproved of children who noticed. He had walked home and he had said to himself, "They are watching." Then, later, they have been watching, perhaps, for a while. Then, several weeks later, he had seen, at the grocer's, a short man in a tall hat who had bought 3 pints of milk and had, when pressed by the grocer for 40 pence, counted out coins that were the wrong color and the wrong shape. The short man had seen that Harry was looking and had, with some relief, turned the coins back into 50-pence pieces and slid them across. The short man had left the shop with his ears red. Harry had bought a Mars bar, paid in coins that were entirely the correct color and shape, and gone home and made notes. He had 3 guesses about what was coming. The first and most likely was a letter. They had tried, for 11 years, to let him be raised as a muggle. Something of that plan was slipping. They could not, forever, ignore that there was a boy here. On his 11th birthday they would, by whatever means, reach out. They had a school. He knew the name of the school. He had been listening. The second was worse. The second was that whichever of their old guard had noticed that he was not, in fact, a normal 11-year-old, and someone must have noticed, you could not entirely hide a sonic boom over Surrey, would come himself. The third, which he had thought about less, was that someone would try to kill him. He was expecting the first. He was ready for the second. He had arranged the front door for the third. At 7 in the morning, the letter came. Not the owl, not yet. A letter. It dropped through the front door slot with the neat, self-satisfied flap of the Royal Mail. Vernon, in his dressing gown, bent and picked it up and brought it into the kitchen along with the electricity bill and a flyer for a carpet cleaner. He flipped through, paused, stared at one envelope, and his face began its old purple transformation. "Petunia," he said. Petunia came in. She saw the envelope. She put her hand on the back of a chair. Harry, at the table, drank his orange juice and waited. "Harry," Vernon said, and his voice had the careful, rehearsed tone of a man who knew, at last, that the fire in the kitchen was going to burn him whatever he did. "Harry. This envelope. This envelope is for you." "Yes," said Harry. "It's addressed," said Vernon, reading, "to Mr. H. Potter, the second bedroom, 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey." "Yes," said Harry. Vernon looked up. "They know which bedroom you're in." Harry looked at him. Harry took another sip of orange juice. "They are," he said, "a very old and very careful organization. They know which bedroom I am in." Petunia sat down. Vernon's purple deepened. "No," he said. "No, Harry. No." "Uncle Vernon," said Harry, "if you tear up that envelope, another one will arrive. If you tear up that one, a third will arrive. I have been expecting this. You would not win a contest of endurance against people who write letters for a living." Vernon said nothing. "Open it, please," said Harry. Vernon opened it. The letter inside was heavy with watermarks, written in a precise green copperplate, and addressed, as Vernon had said, to Mr. H. Potter. Harry read it over Vernon's shoulder. It was from a deputy headmistress with a name he filed. It named a school he recognized from Petunia's old, overheard muttering. It required a reply by owl by the 31st of July. At the bottom, after the deputy headmistress's name, there was a signature he did not recognize, in a stronger hand, A. P. W. B. D. He filed that, too. "We're not going," said Vernon, not to Harry, to the ceiling, to the God that had not helped him in 16 years of keeping this boy. "We are not going." "I am not." There was, at that moment, a sound. It was a great and slow sound. It was the sound of something large walking up Privet Drive. Vernon, frozen with the letter in his hand, heard it first. Petunia heard it next. Harry had heard it half a minute ago. He had also heard the small, apologetic thump of an umbrella being propped against a fence post, and the clink of something in a pocket. The doorbell rang. Whoever it was did not wait for anyone to answer. The door shook. The door shook again. On the third shake the door exploded inwards and came to rest, mostly, against the hallway radiator. A man the size of a doorway, the size of 2 doorways, really, which was part of the problem, stepped through the gap where the door had been. He had a beard like a winter hedge. He had boots the size of small prams. He was wearing a coat that appeared to have been knitted from an entire colony of badgers. He looked around the Dursleys' hallway and sucked his teeth disapprovingly. Vernon, in the kitchen doorway, made a noise that was not a word. The giant saw Harry, at the kitchen table, over Vernon's shoulder. His eyes, which were small and very dark behind the beard, became wet. "Harry," he said. "Blimey. Yeah, look just like your parents." Harry stood up. He did not stand up hurriedly. He did not stand up nervously. He stood up the way a host stands up when a guest, whose arrival he had scheduled, has arrived. "You are Rubeus Hagrid," he said. "You are keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I have your letter. My uncle was about to say he would not permit me to attend. You may ignore him. I will be attending." Hagrid, in the doorway, his great wet eyes blinking, stared. "Blimey," said Hagrid again, more softly. Vernon, behind him, found his voice. "See here," Vernon said. "See here, you, thing, you can't just." Hagrid turned, slowly, and looked down at Vernon. Harry said, gently, without raising his voice, "Hagrid." Hagrid paused. "Don't," said Harry. "He's not the one you're angry at." Hagrid's face, at first startled, then softening further into something almost bewildered, lowered. "No," Hagrid said. "No, you're right, Harry. I'm not." Petunia, in the kitchen, had her hand over her mouth. Harry walked past Hagrid, stepped over the collapsed door, and out onto the step. It was a beautiful morning. The sky over Privet Drive was ordinary and blue, and would not remain so for very long. Harry breathed it in. He turned back. "Hagrid," he said, "I take it you're here to take me shopping." Hagrid swallowed. He nodded, almost apologetically. "Yeah," he said. "Yeah, Harry. And there's a lot to tell ya, on the way." "There is a lot," said Harry, politely, "I already know. But please. Tell me anyway. I would like to hear it from you." He watched Hagrid's face with a steady, patient attention that was, under its outer layer of an 11-year-old boy looking up at a friendly giant, the attention of a general receiving his first briefing on a new theater. They walked down Privet Drive in the early summer sun. Hagrid talked. Harry listened. He listened to the names. Hogwarts. Dumbledore. The Ministry. The War. Voldemort, who Hagrid called you-know-who, and Harry found he had to hide his smile, because Conquest had met several beings who were so frightening that nobody would speak their names, and all of them had died, eventually, of small and ordinary things. One had choked on a piece of fish. One had been undone by a wife. One had been undone by Conquest, who had hit him with a mountain. He listened to the names of 4 houses, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Slytherin. Hagrid said the name Slytherin the way Petunia said the name Marjorie. Harry filed that. He listened to the names of Diagon Alley. He listened to the word Gringotts. He listened to Ollivanders. He listened to Hagrid tell him, sadly and carefully, about his parents, about the night in Godric's Hollow, about the scar on his forehead. He listened as if he did not already know. At one point, a little boy in the next street, visible over a hedge, pointed at Hagrid and was yanked back by his mother. "Doesn't happen in Diagon Alley," Hagrid said. "No one look twice at ya in Diagon Alley. Yell like it, Harry. Yell see your own kind. Yell see where ye belong." Harry looked up at Hagrid and smiled the first smile he had smiled in a great many months. "I'd like that," he said. It was not precisely a lie. Harry was curious about where he belonged. Behind his eyes, older than his bones, older than his parents, older than the British Isles, Conquest looked out through his face and marked the route, the giant, the umbrella, the train, the alley, the goblins, the wand. This world does not know what it is holding, he thought, again, because he kept having the thought. It is about to find out, he added. He did not let the thought bleed into his voice. He was still, so far as anyone in Little Whinging was concerned, a small, quiet boy in a hand-me-down jumper, walking beside a giant on a summer morning, being told, at last, the name of the school he was going to. Behind them, the broken front door of number 4 sat leaning against the radiator, forgotten. Vernon, somewhere inside that house, was sitting at the table with his head in his hands. Petunia, somewhere inside that house, was standing at the window. Petunia watched the giant and the boy go. Her mouth was a thin straight line, and her eyes were very old. "Go on," she said, to the empty kitchen, to her dead sister, to whatever listened. "Go on, then." Chapter 2, The Merchants and the Hat. Hagrid took him to London on the Underground, and Hagrid, it turned out, did not do well on the Underground. The Piccadilly line at 11 in the morning had not been designed for a man who could not pass under the doorway of a carriage without stooping. Hagrid stooped. Hagrid also did not quite know how to stand on a moving train. He ended up clutching the overhead rail one-handed, like a tree holding on to the ceiling of a room that was being rocked, and muttering to himself about automobile concepts and the absence of good honest horses. A woman with a pram edged her pram away from him. A pinstriped man across the aisle glanced over his Evening Standard 3 times and each time decided not to think about what he had seen. Harry sat beside Hagrid with his hands folded neatly in his lap and watched the tunnels go by. He had not seen the underground in his life. It was interesting to him in the way that an ant colony was interesting to a man who had once commanded a fleet. He liked the efficiency of it. He liked the noise. He did not, particularly, like the smell, but the smell was a small price for what the system was, thousands of people moving at right angles under a city that did not know how much dirt was under its feet. "First time, Harry?" Hagrid said, when they came up into the air at Charing Cross. "First time on the underground," Harry said, politely. "First time in London." "Oh, there's worlds in London, Harry." "You'll see." They walked down a crowded street. Hagrid cut through the pedestrians like a boat through reeds. No one said anything to him. A young woman with a clipboard and a charity badge opened her mouth to ask for a donation, looked up, closed her mouth, and decided that Hagrid's soul had probably already been saved. Harry, in his slipstream, kept pace, looking. Every street corner in London was, to his general's eye, a thing with choke points. He catalogued without meaning to. The Strand, wide, slow, two-lane, too many bins, you would never hold it in a street fight, but you could fall back along it well. Trafalgar Square, open ground, excellent for a demonstration, bad for a rout. The mouth of the Charing Cross Road, tight, 100 shops, easy to slip into, easy to lose a pursuer, hard to come out of if someone clever had sealed the ends. He filed it all. He did not need it, yet. He filed it anyway. Hagrid stopped, abruptly, in front of a narrow, grimy pub squeezed between a bookshop and a record shop. The people going past did not stop in front of it. They did not stop in front of it because, Harry noticed, they did not see it. The pub sat in a crease in their attention. Their eyes slid off it and kept going. "The Leaky Cauldron," Hagrid said, with pride. "Wizarding worlds in through here, Harry." Harry, looking up, said, "Clever." "It's a charm," said Hagrid, pushing the door. "Muggles don't see it, lest they're looking." "I gathered," Harry said. He stepped inside. The Leaky Cauldron was a low, dark, beamed room, warm with pipe smoke and firelight and the smell of spilled ale. There were perhaps 15 people in it at 11 in the morning. An old woman with a pipe at the bar. 2 men playing chess at a table in the corner, their pieces moving without being touched. A wizard in a set of striped robes reading a newspaper whose pictures were again, and this was a thing Harry was going to have to get used to, moving. Every head in the room came up when Hagrid came in. "Hagrid," called the barman, a bald, toothless man with an apron. "The usual?" "Not today, Tom. I'm on Hogwarts business." Hagrid clapped Harry's shoulder, and Harry, who would have rocked like a child under that hand a year ago, did not rock. "Helping young Harry here buy his school things." "Good Lord," said the barman, peering. Is this Harry Potter?" The room went very still. 15 people turned and looked. Harry stood under Hagrid's hand, and watched them look. He had known, intellectually, that he was famous here. Hagrid had warned him on the walk. "You'll be stared at, Harry. Can't be helped. It was 11 years ago and they're still talking about ya." Harry had filed that, and nodded, and said he understood. He had not quite understood. He had not quite understood what the quality of the looking would be. It was not the looking of a crowd recognizing a footballer. It was not the looking of a public recognizing a prince. It was the looking of a people recognizing a small and living saint. The old woman at the bar put her pipe down. One of the chess players, who had been in the middle of moving a knight, left the piece hovering in the air and came over. He offered Harry his hand across the bar. "Doris Crockford," he said. "Doris Crockford, Mr. Potter. Can't believe I'm meeting ya at last." "Nor can I," said Harry, politely, shaking his hand. Doris Crockford was clearly a man, and clearly the wife of a Doris Crockford who had told him to go out and do the shopping. Harry did not correct him. Doris Crockford had tears in his eyes. They came, the 15 of them, in 2s and 3s. They shook his hand. They told him, most of them, that they had drunk to his health on that November night 11 years ago. They told him how their mother had cried. They told him, several of them, that they wished his parents could have seen him. One old witch, a Mrs. Figgish woman with silver-threaded hair, crossed herself, which Harry thought was interesting, because he had not thought wizards did that. He took their hands. He said thank you. He did not smile too widely. He looked, to all of them, exactly like a small, polite, overwhelmed 11-year-old boy who had been raised by muggles and did not quite understand what he had walked into. He looked like that on purpose. Underneath, Conquest watched them and said, "These are your subjects." Not yet, Harry thought. Not mine. But someone's. And I will learn whose. A thin, pale man with a stammer approached him last. He was wearing a purple turban, which was a daft thing to wear in a London pub in August, and his hands shook. When he took Harry's hand his grip was damp and weak. He introduced himself as Professor Quirrell. Harry looked up at him. He did not look at him with his eyes. He looked at him with the other thing, the thing he had been cultivating for 3 years, the thing that was not sight, and he saw. He saw too. There were 2 men inside the turban. One of them was Quirrell, thin, pale, terrified. The other was a hungry thing plastered along the back of Quirrell's skull. The hungry thing had no flesh of its own. The hungry thing was, in Conquest's old grammar, a parasite of the bad kind, not one that takes blood, which is tidy, but one that takes identity, which is not. The hungry thing saw Harry seeing it. Quirrell's pupils blew wide for a half-second, as if a lamp had been moved behind his eyes. Harry, his hand still in Quirrell's damp grip, smiled the polite, small, overwhelmed smile of an 11-year-old boy. "Professor Quirrell," he said, quite warmly. "Hagrid said I'd meet Hogwarts teachers today. I'm so glad to meet one of them so soon." "Vivi very pleased," said Quirrell. "D defense against the D dark arts, B-boy. You'll be in my class." "I look forward to it," Harry said. The turban twitched, very slightly. "Enough of that now," said Hagrid, cheerfully oblivious. "Got a lot to buy, Harry. Come on." Harry let Quirrell's hand go. Quirrell stood there for a moment with his hand still in the air. Then he remembered that his hand was in the air and put it down. Harry did not look back at him as Hagrid led him through. He did think, walking, he is in the school. He is, in some form, already in the school. That adjusts things. Diagon Alley, in through the back of the pub and through a brick wall that opened like a flower at a tap of Hagrid's pink umbrella, was to Harry's eye exactly the hidden city he had suspected. It curved. Streets did not lay out that way by accident. Someone, a very long time ago, had decided that no line of sight should go more than 40 yards before bending. The bending was polite, not paranoid. You did not, on Diagon Alley, feel that you were being squeezed, but it was there. The shops above the street leaned towards each other as though they had secrets to trade across. The banners hanging between them blocked the sky. A person coming into this street for the first time did not at once see the number or arrangement of its exits. That was the point. Harry, standing at the mouth, counted 11 visible doorways and 2 archways and 3 alleys branching off and said, inside, 22 minimum exits in line of sight. For days of residence and I will have 50. Hagrid, next to him, said, "Y'all wanna go to Gringotts first, Harry." "What is Gringotts?" "Our bank. Yevi got money, see. Your parents left ye money. Gringotts is run by goblins." "Goblins," said Harry, mildly. Not be rude, when ye meet M. I would not dream of it. They went to Gringotts. It was a white marble building at the head of the alley, big enough, and obviously run by a people not given to humor. 2 goblins in scarlet and gold uniforms flanked the bronze doors. Harry met one of their eyes as he went by and nodded, politely, because he had met several species in several wars, and goblins, he could see it in the set of the shoulders, the way the hands were kept down and forward, were a people who had, at some point in their history, been betrayed by the people above them. He did not know the specifics. He assumed the specifics. He nodded accordingly. The goblin did not nod back. The goblin did, however, look at him for a full beat longer than it would have looked at a normal wizarding child, and Harry filed that too. Inside, the hall of Gringotts was marble, tall, and full of goblins at high desks, weighing coins and jewels and the occasional envelope. Hagrid went up to a free desk and cleared his throat. "Mr. Harry Potter," he said, "for his vault." And, he patted a pocket, something rattled, "Professor Dumbledore's got a thing for me, too." The goblin at the desk laid down his quill. He looked at Hagrid. He looked at Harry. Harry, who had been about to hang back and let Hagrid manage, took a half step forward instead. "I'll need my key," he said. Hagrid started. "Oh, yeah, I've got that here, Harry, hold on," and, Harry said, looking directly at the goblin, "I should like, on this visit, to meet the manager of the Potter account. Whoever he is. I am given to understand that there has been no activity on the account in 11 years. I would like to sit down with him for 10 minutes and understand what he has been doing with it." The goblin's face, which had been a professional mask, shifted by 1 millimeter. That millimeter was a lot. "Harry," Hagrid said, surprised. Yeah, don't need to, Hagrid," Harry said, gently, "please. It will take 10 minutes. If you have other business for Professor Dumbledore, by all means handle it while I am with the manager." Hagrid blinked. Goblins, as a species, respected 2 things, force, which Harry could not demonstrate at a marble desk in a bank, and precision, which he could. He stood there, hands loose at his sides, and he waited without fidgeting. A wizarding child fidgeted. Harry did not. The goblin watched him fidgeting not, and something in the set of the goblin's mouth, which was all tooth, moved. "Mr. Potter," said the goblin. "One moment." The manager, it turned out, was called Ragnarok. He was a tall goblin, for a goblin, with grey at his temples and a scar across the bridge of his nose that had been made by something sharper than any common knife. He received Harry in a small office lined with ledgers, and he did not send Hagrid in with him. "Mr. Potter," Ragnarok said. He did not offer a hand. Harry did not offer one. "You asked for me." "I asked for the manager of the Potter account." "I take it you are." "I am." "Then I will not waste your time. I would like 3 things, in order. 1. A statement of the account. 2. A list of any withdrawals or authorizations since the 31st of October 1981. 3. The name of every party who has had access to those funds." Ragnarok looked at him over his ledger. "You are 11, Ragnarok said. "Yes." "You talk as if you are older." "Yes." Ragnarok thought about this. Ragnarok, Harry observed, was one of those people who processed by thinking in silence and moving only when the thinking finished. Conquest had respected that kind of mind. "Very well," Ragnarok said, at last. He opened a ledger. He did not put on glasses. He read it with his eyes. He closed it. "Your account," he said, "contains 340,216 galleons, 9 sickles, and 3 nuts. It has been earning interest at the Gringotts standard for dormant vaults. It has had 3 withdrawals. The first, a year after your parents' deaths, of 2,000 galleons, authorized by 1 Sirius Black. The second, 4 years ago, of 8 galleons, authorized by Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. The third, a year later, of 3 galleons and 12 sickles, authorized by the same. 3 galleons and 12 sickles. Yes. For what purposes, may I ask? That is not a question this bank permits itself to answer, Mr. Potter. We hold the account. We do not hold the conscience of the account holders. Of course. Harry inclined his head. Sirius Black. Your godfather. Is he alive? He is in Azkaban. 4. Betrayal of your parents to the Dark Lord. A matter of public record. Harry was quiet for a moment. Then he said, Is there a trial record? Ragnar's hands, laid flat on the ledger, tightened by a hair. No, he said. There is a committal record, by the then minister's office, and there is a custody record from Azkaban. There is no trial record. Curious. Yes, said Ragnar, neutrally. Not your problem. Not our problem. But noted. But noted. Harry nodded. I would like, he said, to withdraw 100 galleons for today. I will not need more. I would like, when I am of age, which is not today, to have full control of this account. I would like the vault key that Hagrid is currently carrying in his pocket to be recut with a Potter-only signature as soon as possible. I would like to be notified, immediately and by owl, if any withdrawal is ever requested against this account under anyone's name but my own, even if the request comes from Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Ragnar said nothing. I would like, Harry said, to open a second vault, at a reasonable fee, keyed only to me, into which I may, over the coming years, deposit or remove funds without any other party's oversight. A discretionary vault. That, said Ragnar, is a 90 galleon service per annum. I will pay it from today's 100. Ragnar stared at him across the ledger for a long time. Mr. Potter, he said, do the wizards know? Harry smiled. It was a small, patient, very old smile. For the first time that morning, he allowed the smile to come from underneath. Not yet, he said. Ah, said Ragnar. He did not smile back. Goblins were not given to smiling. But he folded his long-fingered hands together on the ledger, and he inclined his head, and he said, The account is noted, Mr. Potter. The second vault will be opened under your name by nightfall. You will be notified. Welcome to Gringotts. Thank you, Ragnar. Harry stood. At the door he turned. One more thing. Yes. Goblins, Harry said, are not ornamental. Your people worked this hall into this mountain. Your people hold these ledgers. I see that and I will not forget that I see it. Whatever the rest of the wizards pretend. Ragnar did not answer. Ragnar did, however, stand. Harry stepped out of the office. Hagrid, in the lobby, was sitting on a bench with his hands between his knees, looking small for him. He looked up. Everything all right, Harry? Perfectly, Harry said. Shall we go shopping? They did still go down to the vault, because Hagrid was insistent about the formalities, and because Harry, who had not yet stood in a vault of his parents' money, had not yet stood in a vault of his parents' money. The cart was a little iron bucket on rails that plunged into the rock of Gringotts the way a stone plunges into a pond. Hagrid, white-knuckled, sat with his eyes shut. Harry, standing, rode it the way a man rides a fast horse, feet wide, knees soft, one hand on the rail. Somewhere below, at an unreasonable depth, a great green gust of flame passed across the tunnel to the left. A dragon, chained, by the shape of the shadow it threw against the far wall. Harry looked at it with interest as they rattled past. He approved of a bank that kept a dragon. It was a show of confidence. He hoped the dragon was treated well. He doubted it. He filed that too. The vault, when they reached it, was a modest chamber piled with gold. Harry took what he had asked for, 100 galleons, no more, and left the rest stacked in the neat columns Ragnar's people had made of it. He did not count the heaps. Counting gold in public was something a small man did to reassure himself. Harry did not need reassurance. Funny sort of kid, Hagrid muttered, as they climbed back out into daylight, not unkindly. Most lads would have been nick-kin, chocolate coins. I brought my own breakfast, Hagrid. Ha! Right. Madame Malkin fitted him for robes. He stood on a stool and she muttered pleasantly around him through pins held in her teeth and ignored him entirely, which he appreciated. On the next stool stood a boy about his own age with white blonde hair and an immaculate chin. The boy had the look of someone who had been raised to regard other people as furniture. He was currently regarding Harry as furniture. Hogwarts too, said the boy. Yes, said Harry, politely. My father's next door buying my books and mother's up the street looking at wands. Then I'm going to drag them off to look at racing brooms. I don't see why first years can't have their own. I think I'll bully father into getting me one and I'll smuggle it in somehow. Of course. Have you got your own broom? No, play Quidditch at all? No, I do. Father says it's a crime if I'm not picked for my house team, and I must say, I agree. Know what house you'll be in yet? No, well, no one really knows until they get there, do they, but I know I'll be in Slytherin, all our family have been. Imagine being in Hufflepuff, I think I'd leave, wouldn't you? Harry looked at him. It was, by degrees, a very long look. It took perhaps a full second. During that second, Harry considered the boy. He considered, also, the family behind the boy, and the line behind the family, and the kind of small country in which one particular room in one particular manor house had, in each generation for 4 centuries, produced one particular kind of boy, to whom other people were furniture. He considered whether this was the moment to alter that boy. He considered whether this boy could be altered at all. He filed, as he looked, the shape of the boy's shoulders, the shape of his father's signet ring on the boy's thumb, and the cast of the father who had been glimpsed through the shop window in a cane-black coat. I suppose, Harry said, mildly, I would be in whichever house would have me. Lucky you aren't poor, said the boy. What's your surname, anyway? Potter. The boy's tape measure, which had been busy at the hem of his robe all on its own, froze. Oh, said the boy. Oh. I see. That's nice. Said Harry. Do look me up on the train, said the boy, in a new voice, which was the voice he would be using with people from now on. I'm Draco Malfoy. Said Harry. Ollivander smelled of dust and old wood and something under the dust and wood that was not quite burnt but had once been. Mr. Ollivander, who moved on soft feet as though afraid that a wand might hear him coming, measured Harry with a silver tape that measured itself and stared at Harry's eyes for rather longer than was comfortable for most children. I remember every wand I have ever sold, Mr. Potter, he said. Every one. I believe you. I remember your mother's. 10 1/4 inches, swishy, made of willow. Nice wand for charm work. I remember your father's, too. Mahogany, 11 inches, pliable. A little more power, and excellent for transfiguration. He paused. He looked at Harry's forehead, through the fringe, to the scar beneath. I remember, too, the wand that gave you that. The brother to the wand you're about to give me. Ah. Ollivander did not startle. He looked pleased, as a collector looks pleased when a visitor recognizes a rare book. Yes, Mr. Potter. Indeed. 13 1/2 inches, core of phoenix feather. The phoenix in question gave only 2 feathers. The other is in a wand that was destroyed on the 31st of October 1981. But feathers are stubborn. So are phoenixes. Let's try a few. They tried a few. A mahogany one first, which sulked. A beech one, which sparked, unhappily. A maple one, which flatly refused to be held. Ollivander's floor began to fill with rejected boxes. Tricky customer, he said, delighted. Harry waited. Finally Ollivander, half to himself, stepped into the back of the shop and came back with a long, narrow box that had sat undisturbed long enough for dust to make a line along its lid. "Holly," he said. 11 inches. Nice and supple. Core of phoenix feather, the brother to the one we just discussed. He lifted the lid. The wand inside was very plain. It was not carved. It was not ornamented. It was a single clean length of pale wood with a slight swell toward the grip. Harry took it. The wand warmed, politely, against his palm. Sparks did not come. Ollivander had been expecting sparks. A wind did not come. Ollivander had been expecting a wind. What came, instead, was silence. The kind of silence a room goes into when the person in the room has been recognized by the room. Ollivander looked at him over the counter. "Curious," he said. "Why curious?" "The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter. It is never the other way round. This wand was carved the year your grandfather was born. It has sat in that box for 97 years. It has rejected 17 customers. I have tried, myself, to place it 3 times. It was waiting for me. Yes. I'll take it. Yes." Outside, Hagrid, cheerful and laden with parcels, had bought him a birthday present, a snowy owl, beautiful, indignant, already deeply put out by London, with eyes that made no secret of the fact that she would eat any lesser bird in her eye line. Harry looked at her and felt a small, unexpected warmth. He had not had many things in his life that were his. "Thank you, Hagrid," he said. "'S'all right, Harry." He named her Hedwig, out of one of his schoolbooks. He thought, looking at her, "You and I will get along." They stopped, at Hagrid's insistence, at Flourish and Blots for Harry's set of first-year books and at the apothecary for the small, appalling ingredients that a potion's curriculum required. In the apothecary Harry spent perhaps 10 minutes longer than Hagrid expected, because the apothecary was organized along certain old principles Harry recognized, the rare ingredients at the back, where any thief would have to cross a full shop floor to reach them, the volatile ingredients in the dimmest corner, where a casually dropped candle would do the least damage, the ingredients that were illegal to sell to minors under a counter labeled adult reference, which was a neatness Harry thought very British. He bought what he was supposed to buy and filed the layout of the shop. At Flourish and Blots he stood in front of the history shelves for a long while. He came out with Hogwarts, a history, the curricular books, a small paperback called Modern Magical Britain, a reader's atlas, and, at the end, on an impulse that surprised him, a slim volume called The Boy Who Lived and Other Tales. Hagrid saw him buy that and looked away, politely, as if Harry had bought a pair of spectacles. "Homework," Harry said, mildly. "I should know what they think of me before I walk into it." "Ah," said Hagrid. "Well. They think nice things, Harry. Mostly. Mostly is useful." On the 1st of September, Harry found platform 9 3/4 without particular trouble. He had been told that it was reached through a brick column, and Harry, who had by now been through a great many improbable brick walls, believed it. He also found it amusing, in a gentle way, that wizards had hidden their national train to their national school in a gap between platforms 9 and 10 at King's Cross. It showed a certain kind of humor. He liked wizards more for it. On the train, he chose a compartment near the back. He put his case in the rack. He put Hedwig's cage on the seat beside him. He sat down and waited. A red-haired boy with a smudge on his nose put his head in after about 10 minutes. "Everywhere else is full," the boy said. "Do you mind if I, please?" The boy, Ron Weasley, as it turned out, the 6th Weasley to board this train in 10 years, settled in across from him. Ron was thin and long-limbed and had the open face of someone who had not been lied to by many people, because he had grown up in a house where, by and large, people did not lie. Harry liked him at once. He knew the signs. They talked, mostly Ron. Ron told him about his brothers. Ron told him about the cannons, who appeared to be a Quidditch team with a distinguished losing streak. Ron showed him a broken wand and a fat, sleepy rat named Scabbers. Harry looked at the rat. He kept looking at the rat. The rat, when it woke up to look at him, had eyes that were a shade too bright for the face of a rat. It stared at Harry a fraction of a second too long. Then it bolted under Ron's jumper and trembled. Harry smiled, the small slow Conquest smile, and did not ask Ron about his rat. He filed it. Halfway through the journey, a bushy-haired girl in robes, she had changed, already, with commendable efficiency, knocked at the compartment door. "Has anyone seen a toad?" "A boy named Neville's lost one." She glanced at Ron's wand, he had been trying to demonstrate an older brother's trick, and sniffed. "Are you doing magic?" "Let's see, then." Ron fluffed it. She corrected him briskly and then, to save his feelings, also began a lecture on how much she had read, which Harry watched with a small growing fondness. He recognized her as a type. Conquest had not met many of her type in his former life. Conquest did not produce them, as a rule, but a library had. She was the thing a library grew when it had been tended properly. She was the kind of girl who would, if she had been born on Viltrum, have died at 14 in a dueling hall, which was a waste. He was pleased she had been born on a smaller world. "I'm Hermione Granger," she finished. "Harry Potter," Harry said. Her eyes widened. She did not pretend they did not. She was not a girl who pretended. "Really? Gosh. I've read about you. You're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century." "I am." "Oh, come on. Don't you know?" "I know a little. Not from books. Everything I know I heard in a pub." She looked at him suspiciously. "Miss Granger," Harry said, kindly, "I spent the first 10 years of my life being raised by people who did not wish to mention that magic existed. I have a great deal to learn. Would you be so kind, at some point on this train, as to tell me what great wizarding events of the 20th century said about me?" She softened at once. Nothing relaxed a Hermione Granger more than being asked to recite a book she had read. "If you like." He did like. He listened to the Hermione Granger version of his own life with a face that was politely attentive and eyes that were, under the attentiveness, collating. He learned, in 3/4 of an hour on a rocking train through the English countryside, what the wizarding world believed about Harry Potter. It was useful. He learned that he was a symbol. He learned that he had been a story to a generation of wizarding children. He learned that there was a day in November that, in some households, was a private holiday. He filed all of it. He filed, particularly, the smell of it. He had seen stories used as weapons. He had seen stories used as flags over cities. He did not object, as a rule, to being a story. He had been a story on 9 worlds in his last life, but he liked to know what the story was before he decided whether to let it go on being told. Draco Malfoy came by, at one point, with 2 large boys in tow. He stood in the doorway of the compartment and said, "So it is true. They're saying all up and down the train that Harry Potter's in this compartment." "So that's you, is it?" "So I'm told. You'll soon find that some wizarding families are better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there." He held out a hand. Harry looked at the hand for a moment. Then he looked up at Draco. "Mr. Malfoy," he said, mildly, "I appreciate the offer. However, I should like to pick my own friends, based on my own measurements, over my own time. I am rather deliberate about such things. I will not be going by anyone else's list." Draco's face lost color by a degree. He had been expecting, perhaps, anger. He had been expecting, perhaps, the kind of snub he could go home and tell his father about and have his father be avenged for. He had not been expecting the Conquest smile. Very few people did, the first time. Draco, to his credit, remembered his manners within about 3 seconds. Well, he said, if you change your mind, Potter, I expect you know where to find me. I do. Draco left. The two large boys, who had been looking at Harry as though a small unplaceable dread had entered the compartment along with his name, left after him. The door slid shut. Ron whistled, low. Blimey, he said. You really didn't. No, I didn't think people said no to a Malfoy. They have now, Harry said, agreeably. The castle came on them over a black lake, under a high moon, and Hagrid, on his little boat, turned round and said, Yeah, all right, Harry. Harry, looking up at the pile of towers and ramparts rising out of the hillside, said, quite honestly, yes. The castle was, for what it was, well sited. He appreciated it. Water at the base, ridge at the back, a single visible approach. Whoever had built it had read the same books his own tutors had read, 5,000 years ago and 2 galaxies over. In the entrance hall, Professor McGonagall met them. She flicked her gaze over Harry. Her mouth tightened, very briefly, at the small, correct nod he gave her. She said nothing about it. She gave her brisk welcome speech. She told them to wait in an antechamber. She swept out. Hermione, next to Harry, was reciting, under her breath, the 4 houses and what they stood for. Ron, next to Hermione, was going yellow-green because his brothers had told him that sorting involved wrestling a troll. No wrestling, Harry said, quietly, to Ron. Just a hat. How'd you know? Professor McGonagall just said. She did not use the word hat, but she held her hand a certain distance off her head when she said a brief ceremony, and you do not hold your hand a distance off your head when you mean a quill and a form. Ron stared at him. That's, said Ron, that's, how do you notice things like that? Practice, said Harry. When they were called, and when Harry saw the hat on its stool, he revised one idea, it was also alive. The brim had a mouth. The mouth sang. It sang a song about the 4 houses. Harry listened. He filed the song. He filed, particularly, the point at which the hat admitted, with a chuckle, that it could not always be sure of where to send a student, that most students knew themselves better than it did, and that sometimes it asked. When his turn came, the H's came down to him with a long pause while Hermione Granger was put, decisively, in Gryffindor. He walked up and sat down and let McGonagall place the hat on his head. The hat did not speak for a moment. Then it said, inside his head, in a voice which was nothing like Hermione's and nothing like Conquest's, oh. Good evening, thought Harry. Oh my. I should warn you, Harry thought, that I am perhaps a more complicated sort than most. Perhaps. Said the hat. Perhaps. Boy, I have sat on 1,000 years of perhaps, and I have never sat on you. I am sorry for that. No, you are not. No, I am not. The hat laughed. It was a dry, raspy, full-throated laugh, the laugh of a thing that had not laughed in a long while. Where shall I put you? It said. There is bravery in you, yes, you are a terrible sort of brave. There is cunning. You have more patience than the founders had between them. There is learning. You have learning of the kind they will not even recognize. And loyalty, yes, to a thing, not a house. You will go where you place your hand. They are not enough for you, Mr. Potter. None of them are. Then perhaps, Harry thought, just put me where you think I will do the least damage. The least damage to whom? The least damage to the school. The hat considered. Gryffindor, it said at last, will think they have been handed a hero. That is good for them, they like to believe they have heroes. It will not embarrass you to be there. It will give you red-haired people to care about, which you will find useful, because you need something ordinary to care about. Go to Gryffindor, Mr. Potter. And one day come back and tell me where the others of you have gone. Then, aloud, loud enough for the whole hall to hear, the hat shouted, Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table exploded. The red-haired twins, Fred and George Weasley, stood on the bench and cheered, "We got Potter. We got Potter." Ron, a few minutes later, was sorted into the same house, and Harry, at his end of the long bench, clapped politely for him. At the staff table, two men watched him. One of them was Quirrell, under his stupid turban, sweating openly. The other was Snape, thin-faced and black-eyed, who, when Harry looked at him, looked back. For a long moment their eyes held. Snape, who had been intending to feel, on first sight of James Potter's boy, a familiar bitterness, did not. What he felt, instead, was a cold, unaccountable instinct to look away. He looked away. Harry, at the Gryffindor table, began, politely, to eat. At the head of the teacher's table sat a man in purple robes with a silver beard that had been cultivated, Harry saw immediately, past the point of vanity and into the point of signal. Dumbledore. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, the A.P.W.B.D. of the Hogwarts letter, the man whose signature had withdrawn 3 galleons and 12 sickles from a dead couple's vault 4 years ago for a purpose the bank had not been permitted to know. Harry looked at him without looking at him. He was expert, by now, at looking without looking, and saw a man who had spent 50 years being underestimated on purpose, and was therefore very good, now, at appearing to be a kind old grandfather while actually being something of an entirely different shape. Harry liked him, instantly and suspiciously. Conquest had only ever liked people who were worth liking. Conquest had also killed several of them. When the feast ended, Dumbledore stood, beamed, welcomed them, and issued a small list of warnings. The Forbidden Forest was to be forbidden, the corridor on the 3rd floor right-hand side was out of bounds this year to any who did not wish to die a most painful death. He said the last without raising his voice and without removing the twinkle from his eyes. Harry paused, his goblet halfway to his mouth. The Gryffindor table around him laughed nervously. The older students exchanged the faces of people who had been told not to go somewhere and had gained, in the telling, a considerable new reason to go. Fred Weasley, across from Ron, muttered, "A most painful death. He's a card." Harry set his goblet down, thoughtfully. A most painful death was not, in general, a thing a schoolmaster mentioned to 11-year-old strangers on their first night at a boarding school. It was therefore a thing that had been mentioned on purpose. Either Dumbledore was using his first night speech to seat a curiosity he would, by the end of the year, wish to see rewarded, or Dumbledore was using it to mark a boundary so plain that the transgressor could not plead ignorance. In either case, Harry thought, Dumbledore was not wholly kind. He glanced up, once, from under his fringe, at the head of the table. Dumbledore's eyes, at exactly the same instant, flicked to him. They held, for a single beat. Harry looked politely away and went back to his treacle tart. Behind his eyes, an old voice spoke, and the thing he was had already begun, quietly, a tally of everyone in the hall. "This," the old voice said, "is a good place to start from." Chapter 3, Quirrell's Passenger. The thing about Hogwarts, Harry found, was that the castle was alive and knew it. Stairs moved. That was the first and most obvious sign. But stairs moved because the stones of the castle had opinions about the comings and goings of their children, and the stones preferred to move their children along certain routes on certain days. Portraits watched, which was expected. The suits of armor, at intervals, straightened to attention when Harry passed them, which was not expected, and which he declined to comment on. On the 3rd night a staircase he had not seen before uncurled itself like a lizard from behind a tapestry and invited him up to a room full of windows onto a night sky that was not, Harry noted, quite the sky above Scotland. He went up. He spent an hour in the room. He came down. The staircase was gone. The tapestry was a tapestry again, of 3 witches stirring a pot. He had the impression, walking, that the castle was showing him things. He did not mind. In his last life he had been hosted by several ancient places, and the pattern was always similar. An old place recognized an old thing inside a new body, and wanted, as old places did, to show off. He let Hogwarts show off. In return he walked its corridors slowly and bowed his head, very slightly, to the sightlines he liked. By the end of his first week, he had found 11 passages the teachers did not seem to know about, 4 doors that answered to a polite request, and 1 mirror that, when you asked it, would tell you where a particular portrait was in a given corridor. That last was in the 3rd floor corridor, left-hand side, which was not the forbidden one. The forbidden one, on the right, he looked at every time he passed. The door was plain, unremarkable, and scrubbed, at the threshold, by a faint and persistent smell of animal. He did not go in. Not yet. The Weasley twins found him on the 3rd night. They had a map, which Harry noted with the careful neutrality of a man who did not wish the owners of the map to know he had noticed, and they had a method. They appeared at his elbow in the 5th-year corridor at 11:15, when Harry was quite alone and had not, to his own knowledge, made any noise. "Potter," said Fred. "Potter," said George. "Fred," said Harry. "George." They blinked. "Which is which, then?" "Fred has a hair out of place on the left. George has one on the right." "You did it on purpose." "You've been doing it since I sat down at the sorting." "You like to know who can tell you apart." "I can tell you apart." The twins looked at each other. A slow, identical grin crawled up each face. "We like him," said Fred. "We very much like him," said George. "Potter, we are making you an honorary Weasley." "Ron," said George, "won't thank us, but we're not asking Ron." "What can we do for you, gentlemen?" said Harry, politely. "The question," said Fred, "is what can we do for each other?" They showed him, in a quiet corner of the corridor, a passage behind a statue of a one-eyed witch. They did not show him the map. They showed him 3 of the passages, grandly, with the grand formality of senior officers inducting a junior into the regiment. Harry received each passage as though it were a gift, which it more or less was. He already knew about 2 of them. The 3rd was new. At the end of the tour, in the Gryffindor common room, he accepted a stolen pumpkin pasty from Fred and a solemn handshake from George, and he told them that if they ever needed anything, and he said anything with the ordinary intonation of a student and also the unordinary intonation of a king establishing a line of fealty, they should come to him. They laughed, because it was only a first year, and they went to bed. Harry, in his own bed, lay looking at the canopy and thought, "I have officers." "You," said Professor Snape, with a thin, pleased malice, on the first morning of potions, "are Harry Potter. Our new celebrity." The potions classroom was a basement vault, cold, torchlit, and smelling of old copper. The cauldrons hissed. The bench under Harry's hands was pitted with 50 years of small acid accidents. Snape stood at the front of the room, black robes, black eyes, a man built in long, tight lines by a disciplined and unhappy life. Harry stood. He did not answer. Snape's mouth curled. He began, then, the speech Harry later learned he gave to every first year. A speech about the subtle art of potion making, a speech about bottled glory and stopped death, a speech meant to announce, at the start of the school year, that this was a different class and this was a different teacher. Harry listened. Harry was moved, very slightly. It was a good speech, and he respected a man who had thought about the opening of a class. Then Snape fired questions at him. "Potter. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry did not, in this moment, remember. He could not, in fact, remember, because he had not read that section of the textbook yet. He had read the other sections. He would be up to that section by the end of the week. "I don't know, sir." Snape's lip curled. "Up. To show tooth. Let's try again. Where, Potter, would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" "In the stomach of a goat, sir." Snape's eyebrow, which had been on the rise, paused. "What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "There is none, sir. They are the same plant, also known as aconite." The class, who had been watching, half of them pinned in their seats by the tone of Snape's voice, looked round at Harry. Snape regarded him, frowning, for perhaps 3 seconds. "Why," he said, very softly, "did you not answer the first question?" "Because I did not know it, sir. I read ahead. I will read further." "Then let me rephrase the first question. If you were to add powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood, Potter, what would you be attempting to make?" "A draught of living death, sir. A powerful sleeping potion." Snape looked at him. Harry had just lied, a small, polished lie, and Snape saw the lie, and also saw that he would not be able to prove the lie, because Harry, in the 1 3/4 seconds between the first question and Snape's repetition of it, had flipped through the pages of his unopened copy of Magical Draughts and Potions with Viltrumite speed under the table, found the answer, closed the book, sat up straight, and presented an unlined forehead. It was the small casual competence of the gesture that caught Snape. It was not the answer. It was the speed, which was impossible. He stared. Harry smiled at him, very politely, a first-year boy of 11 with a fringe of black hair falling into his eyes. 5 points, Snape said, at last, to Gryffindor. For reading ahead. He turned away. Harry sat down. Ron, beside him, wide-eyed, whispered, "Blimey. How'd you even know that about the goat?" "It was in Modern Magical Britain. The chapter on antidotes," Harry said. "You read an atlas." "I read many things. I'm going to fail." "No," Harry said, "I'll help you." Hermione, 2 seats up, had started, at Harry's first correct answer, to raise her hand, her habit, already, and had then, hand in the air, hesitated, and then slowly lowered it. She did not often hesitate. She looked at Harry across the bench. Harry caught her eye and offered a small, conspiratorial smile. Hermione, for the first time in her short school life, felt she had been outflanked by a boy. She was not sure how she felt about it. By the end of the lesson she had decided. "Harry," she said, coming up to him in the corridor, "how did you read ahead?" "I am a fast reader." "You read the whole book, didn't you?" "Yes. In a week. In an evening." Hermione stared at him. She was a girl for whom the world was organized in the order of books she had read. Harry was, by this simple admission, a new shape. "You're the most annoying person I've ever met," she said, with considerable warmth. "I've had that said before." He flew, that first fortnight, every night. Not high. He had promised McGonagall he would not do it in corridors, but he had not promised McGonagall he would not do it over the lake. He found a window, on the 7th floor, that opened to a buttress from which, between midnight and 4, no sentinel ghost had ever been known to pass. He tested this for 3 nights before he trusted it. On the 4th he stepped off the buttress, dropped like a stone for 40 feet, caught himself at the height of the top ramparts, and went, in a long arc, out over the lake. The lake at 2 in the morning was a plate of black glass. The moon was a coin dropped on it. Harry skimmed. He went low enough that his fingers trailed in the water for a few seconds before he lifted clear. He heard, far below him, a giant squid turn over in the deep and acknowledge, without alarm, the weight of a bird going by. He practiced turns. He practiced stops. He practiced, above all, a thing he had never quite mastered in the other life, because he had been too long too angry to need it, he practiced stillness. He lay on his back in the air 500 feet above the lake with his hands laced behind his head and his eyes open to the stars, and he stayed there for an hour, and he did not move, and the world turned under him. He had never, in either life, done that. In the morning he was very tired, but not in the way that mattered. He ate like 4 Rons, and Ron, impressed, invited him to the Burrow for Easter. The flying lesson was on a warm Thursday afternoon in mid-September. Madame Hooch, a woman with short grey hair and hawk-yellow eyes, lined them up in 2 rows in the lawn behind the greenhouses and stood them each by a school broom. "Stick your right hand over the broom and say up." Harry, standing beside a broom that had been polished many times and patched twice, said, "Up," with the quiet, certain tone of a man speaking to a dog he already owned. The broom leapt into his hand. It did not waggle. It did not tremble. It did not stop, startled, halfway and fall back. It came up, once, fast and clean, and it sat in his palm like a sword that had recognized its owner. Madame Hooch, walking the row, paused behind him, and said nothing. Around him most of the brooms were on the grass still. Ron's broom was rolling gently sideways away from him. Hermione's was shivering on the ground with the panic of a thing that had been shouted at. Only one other broom was already in a hand, Draco Malfoy's. Draco, at the far end of the line, smiled at Harry coldly over his own broom. They mounted. They kicked off at Madame Hooch's whistle. They were supposed to rise, hover, come down. Most of them, more or less, hovered. Ron rose 3 feet, yelped, and came down. Hermione rose 2 feet and came down. Harry, who had not done this on a broom in his other life, broomsticks not being a Viltrumite habit, but had done what the broom was trying to imitate for some thousands of years, rose 3 feet, hovered, and looked at Madame Hooch for permission to come down. She gave it. Good. Neatly done. Then Neville Longbottom's broom bolted. Neville Longbottom was a round-faced, nervous boy who had spent the first flight of his life climbing instead of rising, and the broom, panicking with him, kept climbing, and Neville, panicking on the broom, kept leaning the wrong way. The broom shot up 60 feet. Neville, arms and legs wrapped around it, screamed. Madame Hooch, on the lawn, shouted, "Come back here, boy." The broom did not, being a stubborn broom. Neville slipped. It was a slow slip. He had both arms around the handle. One by one, his fingers came loose. His cloak billowed behind him like a small, failing parachute. The class, frozen, watched him start to fall. Harry, at the back row, did not appear to move. What Harry did was walk. He walked 4 paces into open grass, and as he walked he rose off the grass with the easy certainty of someone coming up a short step, and his broom was still in his hand. He did not, in the event, need the broom. He left the broom hanging in the air at eye height, and he rose, vertical, and caught Neville 30 feet up between his own body and the broom as Neville let go. He tucked Neville under one arm, under an arm which, to Neville, who had been falling and was now not, felt like a beam of iron lined with a jumper, and he walked Neville down again through the air, set him on his feet on the grass, handed Madame Hooch the runaway broom, which he had collected on the descent without apparent effort, and said, politely, "I think his wrist might be broken, madam." He landed on it trying to hold on. "I'd take him to the hospital wing." Madame Hooch stared at him. The entire class stared at him. Draco Malfoy stared at him. Harry, in the middle of all of the staring, crossed quietly to Neville and patted him between the shoulder blades. Neville, who had been about to cry, looked up at him with an expression of a boy who had never had anyone pat him between the shoulder blades because he had done a thing. Are you all right, Neville?" Harry said. "Why yes," said Neville, who was not all right, but was alive, which was the first time he had used the word in that tone. Madame Hooch, recovering, said, briskly, "Potter. Come with me and Longbottom to the hospital wing. Everyone else, keep your feet on the ground. If anyone so much as twitches a broom while I am gone I will have them out of this school so fast they'll be home in Surrey before the owl post." She broke off, looked at Harry a second time, and shut her mouth. "Draco Malfoy," Harry said, still politely, as they began to walk, "please do not pick up Mr. Longbottom's remembrall from the grass where he dropped it." "I saw you meaning to." Draco Malfoy, who had been meaning to, opened his mouth. Then he shut it again. I'll return it to him after class," Draco said. "Lovely of you," said Harry. They walked Neville up to the castle. Madame Hooch, silent, glanced at Harry perhaps 6 times on the stair. Once they had delivered Neville and wrapped his wrist, Madame Pomfrey, tuteing, fixing the bone in 40 seconds with a wand, Madam Hooch walked Harry back down and, at the entrance to the greenhouses, stopped. "Potter," she said. "Yes, madam." "How did you do that?" Harry looked at her. "Madam," he said, "if I tell you that this was accidental magic, will that satisfy you?" "No," said Madam Hooch. "No. I thought not." "Then let us say that you will, perhaps, speak to Professor McGonagall, and Professor McGonagall will perhaps speak to me, and then we shall all know what we need to know." "Potter, I am not dangerous to your students, madam. I will never be dangerous to your students. I give you my word." She looked at him for a long time. Then she nodded, once, as if he were a sergeant in her unit. "All right, Potter." Draco Malfoy made his move that weekend. He chose his moment well, for a boy of 11, raised on watching his father maneuver at dinner tables. He found Harry in a quiet corridor between the library and the Charms classroom, alone, at a time when the corridor would be empty for 7 minutes before the next period. He had Crabbe and Goyle at his shoulders. He stepped into the middle of the corridor and Harry stopped a polite pace away and waited. "Potter." "Malfoy." "I think," Draco said, "that we have got off on the wrong foot. I am not my best on trains. I should like to invite you to the Slytherin common room for tea, one evening, when the dust has settled. My father would very much like to meet you. Your father would very much like to meet me." "He would. I am quite certain he would," Harry said, pleasantly. "Draco. I will not come to tea." "I will not come, because your father wrote a letter to the editor of the Daily Prophet on the 28th of August in which he called my school sorting a test of house loyalty, which was a line I recognized, because I have read it in 3 different tongues on 3 different worlds, meaning in each case a boy whose politics my faction will harvest or discredit. He has not met me. He has already begun." Draco went very still. "You read the Daily Prophet." "I read everything available." "I will tell you what else I have read, Draco, in the last month. I have read of 27 families in this country that held, at the height of the last war, declared fidelity to the man who tried to kill me as a baby. I have read, of those 27 families, the names of 14 that were not brought to trial, and of the reasons given for that. Your family is on the list. That is not a small thing. It is also not, by itself, a thing that decides what I do with you, because fathers are not sons. However, when the son, within a fortnight of meeting me, invites me to a tea his father has arranged, a sensible person would, I think, decline the tea." Crabbe cracked his knuckles. Harry, still not looking at Crabbe, said, "Mr. Crabbe." "Do not." Crabbe, to his own immense surprise, did not. "Draco," Harry said, "I will say this once. You do not have to be your father. Most people cannot do that. Most people do not even know there is such an option. But it is an option. It is a thing that can be done. I know because I have seen people do it, in a century where it was harder to do than it is in yours." He paused. "Think about it. I am not your enemy. I will not be your enemy unless you make me one. I would prefer not to have to make an enemy of an 11-year-old. Draco said, thinly, "You talk strangely, Potter." "Yes. How old are you, really?" Harry considered him. "Older than you think," he said. He walked past. Draco, and Crabbe, and Goyle, did not move. They stood in the empty corridor for perhaps another 20 seconds before the bell rang and they remembered they had somewhere to be. Draco did not mention the conversation to anyone for a long time. He did not, particularly, mention it to his father. Professor McGonagall met him after dinner that evening in an empty classroom on the first floor. She shut the door behind them. She sat down at a desk. She folded her hands on the desk. She did not invite him to sit. "Mr. Potter." "Professor." "You flew. Without a broom. 6 feet off the ground, across 30 feet of open air, in front of a class of 15 first years and a flight mistress. Yes, Professor. Explain. I have been able to do that, in a small way, since I was 8. And you cannot pretend you did not fly in front of Madame Hooch. No. I did not pretend it. I corrected for a child who was falling. I will correct, in future, for any child who is falling. That is not negotiable, Professor, and I do not raise it to be rude. It is a thing about me which a school that teaches me will need to accept. McGonagall inhaled. Who, she said, knows, that you can do this? You. Madame Hooch, now, at some level. Madame Pomfrey, probably, if she looked at me even a little while I was there. My aunt. Some fraction of you, certainly, will have told the headmaster by now. Yes. Yes to which? All of them. Then the headmaster knows. The headmaster knew, Mr. Potter, for some time. Harry considered this. Of course he did, he said, mildly. I suppose that is, strictly, his job. McGonagall did not smile, but she was, at this moment, nearly proud of him. Mr. Potter. I have had 2.5 weeks to observe you. I have had, in that time, a great number of thoughts. I would like to share one. If I may. Please. You are not a normal boy. I accept this. I do not know what exactly you are. I suspect I will not know until you tell me, and I suspect you will not tell me until you choose to. In the meantime, Hogwarts is a school. Hogwarts has rules. The rules exist in part because any school of children in which some of them become quietly more powerful than the others is a school in which, without rules, very bad things happen quickly. Yes. I do not ask you to pretend to be less than you are. I ask you to act, at all times while in this castle, with an awareness of the children around you. Do not fly without a broom in the corridors. Do not, under any circumstances, fight anyone in the corridors. Do not show your classmates things that frighten them. Do not leave this castle at night. If Professor Dumbledore asks to speak to you, which he will, speak to him. Harry nodded, once. Will you agree to that, Mr. Potter? Yes, Professor. With one amendment. Yes. I reserve the right to protect any child who is in danger, regardless of the rule. And I reserve the right to recognize danger before you do. McGonagall's mouth worked. Agreed, she said, at last. Halloween at Hogwarts was a feast night. The great hall was hung with 1,000 living pumpkins. The ceiling was thick with candles that burned in the air without wicks. A swarm of small paper bats wheeled from the rafters, giggling. The food was piled higher than it had been at the welcoming feast. Harry, eating slowly on the Gryffindor bench with Ron on one side and Hermione on the other, was halfway through a slice of pumpkin pie when the doors crashed open. Professor Quirrell, Turban Askew, ran the length of the hall. His face was gray. His mouth was working. He reached the staff table. He spoke one word, twice, in a voice that rose to a squeal, troll, troll. And then fainted, forward, onto the nearest platter of pheasant. The hall erupted. Dumbledore, rising, raised a hand, and the hall subsided. Prefects, he said, calmly, please lead your houses to the dormitories. Teachers will follow me to the dungeons. The prefects began to herd. Harry was not being herded. Harry was already on his feet. He was not looking at Dumbledore or at Quirrell. He was looking at Hermione Granger's bench, which was empty. Ron, he said, where's Hermione? Girls' bathroom. First floor. Parvati said she's been crying since Charms. Some git, I said. Ron, turning red, found he had reached the end of his sentence and discovered it to be entirely his own fault. He gulped. Oh no. Not your fault, said Harry, already walking. Stay with the year. If I'm not back in 20 minutes, find Professor McGonagall, tell her where I've gone, and ask her to meet me. He left the hall at a walk which was not, to anyone who watched him, remarkable. He left the hall, turned the corner, rose very slightly off the floor, and covered the distance to the first-floor girls' bathroom at a speed the corridors of Hogwarts had not, in several centuries, been crossed at. He turned the final corner. The first thing he registered was a smell. The smell of a thing that had not been washed in its life. The second was a sound, a soft slow low bellowing, like a tuba played by someone who had not understood a tuba. The third was the door of the bathroom, broken, half off its hinges, and the fourth was a girl's scream. The troll was enormous. 12 feet. Mottled grey-green hide. A head like a knotted tuber. A club the size of a piano leg. It had come in through the door and had broken 2 sinks already. Hermione Granger was pressed into the corner behind the last row of toilet stalls, hands up, mouth open, and the troll was shuffling, a half pace at a time, towards her. Harry, in the doorway, said, "Hey." The troll turned. Harry met its eyes. He did not, because he had promised McGonagall he would not, in corridors, and because he had the further promise to himself that he did not use a thing when a lesser thing would do, use his full force. He did not use, for example, the quantity of force he had used, in another life, on a field 1,000 years wide. What he used was, he would have estimated, about 2%. He stepped into the room. He closed the distance in 3 paces that were not, at their top speed, visible to Hermione. The troll swung its club at him, slow as a gardener swinging a rake. Harry caught the club at the head. He twisted his hand and broke the club in 2, snapping the shaft across his palm like a cracker at Christmas. He stepped inside the troll's reach. He set the flat of his other hand against the troll's chest. He pushed. The troll's breath went out of it in one giant tuba noise. It fell, backwards, into the broken stalls behind it, and did not get up. It did not get up because Harry, having pushed it, had then very carefully stepped up onto the troll's chest, knelt, taken its chin between his thumb and his forefinger, and pinched, very exactly, the single nerve cluster at the base of the skull that, in this species, governed the voluntary musculature. He had found that cluster for the first time in a life that had taken place on another planet, but one troll nerve, it turned out, was like any other. The troll was not dead. It was rendered limp. It was breathing. It would be breathing slowly and quietly, with its eyes open and faintly offended, for about an hour. After that it would get up, confused, and Harry did not particularly care what it did then as long as a cave could be made ready for it somewhere away from the children. Hermione, in the corner, was staring at him. Her hand was still up, frozen, wand in it. Harry, on the troll's chest, turned his head and looked at her over his shoulder. "Hermione," he said, quite gently. "Are you all right?" Hermione's wand hand shook, just once. "Yes," she whispered. "Good. Come here, please. Step carefully. The floor is wet." She came. She put her hand in his, and he helped her down from the broken stalls, and he led her out to the door, where, as he had somehow known they would be, 3 teachers had just arrived. McGonagall was at the head of them, wand lifted, face white. Snape was half a step behind her, eyes wide and suddenly interested. Quirrell, having recovered, was behind them both, holding his turban to his head with one hand and looking, Harry saw at once, sick in a way Quirrell would not be sick for ordinary fright. McGonagall, for about 2 seconds, could not speak. Then, "Why on earth aren't you in your dormitory?" "Professor," said Hermione, who to her eternal credit spoke before Harry could, "Professor, I didn't, no one told me about the troll, because I was in the bathroom, and I thought I could handle it, and I couldn't, and Harry and Ron came looking for me. Harry hid it with a book, I think." "A book? A very heavy one, Professor." It surprised the troll. It fell over." McGonagall looked at the troll. She looked at Harry. She looked at the troll again. Harry kept his face carefully at the level of a book, heavy. Beside him, Hermione Granger, who had been raised, above all, to tell the truth, was lying through her teeth for him, and Harry made a private note of it for a lifetime. "Miss Granger," McGonagall said. 10 points from Gryffindor for this. For sheer foolishness. I am very disappointed in you. Yes, Professor. As for you, Mr. Potter. McGonagall's eyes met his. They held. 5 points to Gryffindor. For sheer dumb luck. Thank you, Professor. Her mouth twitched at the corner. Snape, behind her, was not looking at Harry. He was looking at the troll. He walked forward, knelt, and pressed 2 fingers under the hinge of the troll's jaw in the place Harry had just pinched. He looked up at Harry, slowly. He did not say anything. He stood up. He brushed his knees. He stepped back. Quirrell, behind Snape, was swaying. Harry glanced at him, at the turban specifically, at the bulge behind the turban, and for a moment, one precise moment, something in the bulge was looking back at him. There was a mind in there, and it was frightened. Good, Harry thought. In the common room, later that night, Hermione sat on the rug by the fire with her hands around a mug of cocoa and looked, for a long time, at nothing. Ron, at her other side, was still taking the whole thing in. So, he said, for the 4th time, you hit a troll. Yes, said Harry, patiently, because he had promised himself he would be patient with Ron Weasley, who had been a decent boy in a compartment on a train and would, he was fairly sure, be a decent man someday. With a book. With a book. That is the weirdest lie, Harry. No one's going to buy that. McGonagall's already bought it. Because it's you. Perhaps, said Harry. Hermione looked up. Harry, she said. Yes. You moved like nothing I've ever seen. You moved before I knew you'd moved. You put your hand on it, and it went down. You're not a normal wizard. No, she waited. He looked at her. Hermione Granger, he said, gently. I will tell you. I will tell you in time. There is a long answer and a very, very long answer. For tonight, will you accept that when there is a troll, and you are in a corner, I will come? She looked at the fire. She thought about this. I don't like not knowing things, she said. I know. I'll accept it. For now. Thank you. Harry. Yes. You came for me. I would have come for any of you, he said, but yes. I came for you. Not any of you. You. She nodded, once, briskly, and sipped her cocoa, and her eyes, over the rim, were very shiny. He saw Dumbledore 4 mornings later. The headmaster had not summoned him. The headmaster never summoned, Harry was learning, the headmaster merely arranged, by 1,000 small administrative coincidences, that a person he wished to see would be in the corridor outside his office at a particular hour. Harry, walking back from herbology, found himself walking behind a grotesque stone gargoyle he had not passed before, which, at his approach, leapt aside and revealed a spiral staircase. He considered. He went up. Dumbledore was at his desk, a long silver pen scratching at a long sheet of parchment. He did not look up for 9 seconds after Harry came in. Harry, who did not mind, stood. Mr. Potter, Dumbledore said, still writing. Good morning. Good morning, headmaster. Lemon drop? Thank you, no. They are really rather good. I'm sure. My teeth are rather young. Dumbledore's pen paused. He laid it down, slowly, and lifted his head. For a long, peaceful second he looked at Harry over the top of his half-moon spectacles, the way one very old chess player looks at another across a board that has not yet been set. Harry looked back. Neither of them, for that second, performed. Ah, said Dumbledore, softly. There you are. Headmaster. I have been looking forward to meeting you, Mr. Potter. That is, to meeting the Mr. Potter who lives behind the Mr. Potter. I do not expect, at this meeting, to meet all of him. But a greeting will do to start. A greeting will do. You have been busy, I understand. In Surrey. I was. You have been tactful. I have tried. Professor McGonagall reports that you promised her you would not hurt any child in this castle. Would you extend that promise to me, in private, as an extension, for the duration of your education? I will not hurt any innocent in this castle while I am a student here. Innocent. Yes. Who, in your estimation, is not innocent? At the moment, headmaster, only one person, and he is not truly in the castle, although his host is. I expect you know the one I mean. Dumbledore smiled, a little sadly, a little amused, and folded his hands on the desk. Yes, he said. I know the one. We are, as it happens, on the same side of that question, Mr. Potter. I had hoped we would be. Good, Harry said. I did not expect otherwise. But I am glad to have it confirmed. There is something in the castle, this year, that is not a normal school thing. I know this. You know this. Professor Snape is trying very hard to keep a wounded leg from me. He had an encounter with a three-headed dog. Yes. Guarding something. Yes. That someone is going to try to steal. Yes. For someone else. Yes. I am going to be in the middle of that, am I not, headmaster, regardless of whether you wish it? I am afraid, said Dumbledore, that at this point, Mr. Potter, you are a fixed point, and all plans must flow around you. The question is only how consciously we plan. Harry considered. Then, he said, Headmaster. Plan. Thank you, said Dumbledore. I will. He looked at Harry for another moment. Mr. Potter. Yes. You are loved by more people than have ever had a chance to meet you. Remember that. Harry did not reply at once. Then he said, I will, Headmaster. He left the office by the spiral stair. He walked down, unhurried, out into the corridor. In a niche on the wall, a small stone gargoyle that had not been part of the office entrance watched him go. Halfway down the corridor, Harry paused. Quirrell, he said, quietly, to the empty air. I know you are listening. You have been listening ever since I turned the corner. You can come out, if you wish. Or you can stay hidden. Either way, I am going to say this aloud, once, and then I am going to walk on. He waited. The silence of the corridor extended. A suit of armor 2 arches away did not shift. Somewhere a faint breath was held. Tell your passenger, Harry said, evenly, that he killed my mother. Tell him I remember. Tell him that whatever he is intending to do with the stone behind the three-headed dog, he will not get to keep. Tell him, from me, to get out of that body before it is the end of both of you. Tell him, and here, for the first time in a very, very long time, Harry Potter smiled a smile that was all conquest, old and white and patient and pleased, tell him I have been looking forward to this. He walked on. Behind him, in the shadow of a recessed door, Professor Quirinus Quirrell stood frozen with one hand on his turban and a cold sweat starting between his shoulder blades. Behind Quirrell's eyes, older and colder, a thing that had once been Tom Marvolo Riddle looked out through Quirrell's dying face at the disappearing back of an 11-year-old boy. Master, Quirrell whispered, without moving his lips. Master, did he just? The thing behind his eyes did not answer at once. When it did answer, it said, in Quirrell's head, a single word, and the word was a word Tom Riddle had not used since he was a boy in an orphanage. Run, the thing said. In the common room that night Hermione Granger sat on the rug with her knees drawn up under her chin and watched Harry read a book. It was, specifically, Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling. He had been through it twice already. He was, on this third pass, making small pencil annotations in the margin, which was a thing that would have appalled Hermione at the start of the year and now did not, because Harry's annotations were useful. Harry. Are you going after whatever's behind that corridor? Harry turned a page. He did not answer at once. Harry. Yes. I'm coming. Hermione. I am, she said, levelly. Don't tell me I'm not. You and I both know I'm useful. I am better than Ron at reading anything with a footnote in it, and you have read every single book in the Hogwarts library on wards and enchanted keys. Don't lie to me because I watched you do it, and I have read the next 6. I am coming. Harry closed the book. He looked at her. She was very small, in her school jumper, with her hair in a frizz around her face. She was also the girl who had lied to McGonagall for him beside a knocked-out troll. Harry knew, in the way a general knew things, that if he went under the trapdoor without her, she would go under it after him 3 hours later, alone, and he would find her on the other side of something nasty, having done something courageous and also probably fatal. All right, he said. All right? All right. You can come. Not yet. Not tonight. But when it happens, you can come. Ron too. I want a promise from you in return. Anything. Do not be brave in the old Gryffindor sense. Brave is a word that loses children in my experience. Be useful. Be the Hermione Granger who knows footnotes. Leave the rest to me. She nodded, once, crisply. Good, Harry said. We'll start by making a map. He took a sheet of parchment from his bag, and a quill, and across the firelit rug, on the last night of October, he began to sketch, from memory, every corridor of Hogwarts he had walked, every door, every movable stair, every recess where a wounded professor had stood. Hermione, beside him, began to label. The castle itself, in its stones, watched them work. The castle, Harry had begun to understand, did not mind being mapped. The castle had been waiting for a long time to be mapped by the right hand. Chapter 4, The Philosopher's Trap. The last week before Christmas was a week of small signs. Harry sat in the library beside Hermione on the evening of the 15th and watched, for the 3rd time that week, a young Ravenclaw boy named Anthony Goldstein come in, pretend to look for a book, and leave. Anthony was, to all appearances, a perfectly ordinary second-year boy with a perfectly ordinary interest in the library. But Anthony had been in the library 3 times in 3 days, at precisely the hour Harry was there, and had never taken down a book, and had never sat down. He had stood, for a minute, within reach of the shelves Harry happened to be at, and then had left. On the 3rd night Harry, without looking up from his page, said, Anthony Goldstein. Please come over. Anthony, startled, nearly fell over the end of the row. He came over. Yes. Who is asking you to watch me? Anthony hesitated. He was a bright boy, by the look of him, and a good one, in the sense that good meant unwilling to lie without rehearsal. I don't know what you mean. You are a terrible spy, Anthony. You do not pretend to read the books you pretend to look for. You do not hide in your own house. Either you are being asked by someone who is too bored to brief you properly, or you are being asked by someone who wishes me to know I am being watched, because they are in fact a different shape of useful. Anthony gulped. Professor Quirrell, he whispered, asked me to tell him if you ever went near the 3rd floor corridor. Of course he did. He said you'd tell Professor Quirrell, Harry said kindly, that I have not been near the 3rd floor corridor. Tell him I am far too nervous. Tell him I am, in fact, writing a letter to my aunt about Christmas. Tell him to have a very pleasant holiday. Anthony went. Hermione, beside him, in a small voice, said, Are you deliberately letting Quirrell think you're a frightened child? Yes. Why? Because a frightened child, Harry said, is allowed to stay in the castle over the holidays, and Quirrell, in the 8 weeks before his passenger kills him, will make his move during that time. When he does, he will find me. Harry. You are scaring me. I know. Don't stop. He looked up. She was looking at him sideways, her chin on the heel of her hand, her eyes bright. She was a girl who had never been conspired with before. All right, he said. I won't. Winter at Hogwarts arrived heavy. It came down out of the mountains in one night in early December, a fall of snow that stacked itself 4 feet along the north face of the castle and had not finished falling by morning. The lake froze a foot thick. The owls, which did not like flying in snow, slept in the Ollery in tight sulky rows and delivered their packages late. Hagrid's pumpkin patch disappeared. Peeves the poltergeist, who thrived in any weather that made floors slippery, declared open season on first years in the corridors, and it took Harry the better part of 3 days to teach Peeves that he, personally, was not to be included in any open season, ever. Peeves agreed, on the morning of the 3rd day, with some rueful ceremony. Thereafter Peeves, when he saw Harry, bowed. On the day term ended for Christmas, Ron Weasley, who had been invited, and declined, to go home to the Burrow for the holidays, because his parents and 2 elder brothers were going to Romania to see Charlie, and Harry walked to the Ollery to send a letter to Hagrid, who had offered to feed them on Christmas Eve, and on the way Ron said, as casually as a Ron Weasley could say anything, "You haven't asked me about my rat." "No, why haven't you?" "Because I have been thinking," Harry said, "of how to ask you about your rat." Ron stopped. He looked at Harry. They were halfway up a spiral stair. The owls shuffled overhead. Ron's breath made a small cloud. There was straw on his shoulders from the floor above. "It's been in our family for 12 years, Ron said. "I mean, my brother Percy had him for 3 years before me. He's old. Magical rats live longer, everyone knows. He's, Ron struggled. He's missing a toe." "Which toe?" "Front paw." "Right. The middle one." "Thank you." "Harry. Why are you being like this about Scabbers?" Harry considered. He did not want to lie to Ron, not about this. He also did not want to tell Ron the truth about this, because the truth was that in his first hour in a train compartment with Ronald Weasley he had seen, in the cold patient eyes of the rat asleep on Ron's lap, a man. Harry had not told Ron, because it was an outrageous thing to tell a boy about his family pet, and because he wanted to confirm it before he disrupted any family, but Harry had, since that hour, been quietly and steadily gathering evidence. He had gathered it that week. He had gone, one night, up to the dormitory ahead of Ron, and he had sat on the end of Ron's bed with his hands in his lap and he had looked at the rat curled on Ron's pillow. The rat had looked back. The rat, with a single low, considered breath, had pretended to be asleep. Harry had said, very quietly, "I can see you." The rat had not moved. Harry had said, still more quietly, "I will not hurt you tonight. But I know." The rat, on the pillow, had stopped pretending to be asleep. The rat had not said anything, because rats could not. But the rat, Harry had seen, had understood every word. He had left the rat on the pillow. He had, since, watched the rat when Ron was not looking. He had formed a very firm opinion. "Ron," Harry said, on the spiral stair. "Not now. After Christmas. I will tell you. But, Ron, will you promise me one thing? Will you keep Scabbers near you at all times over the holidays? Do not let him out of your sight. If he tries to slip out into the castle, will you stop him, and if you cannot stop him, will you come and find me?" Ron stared at him. "Is Scabbers dangerous? To you?" "No. To someone?" "Yes." "To who?" Harry paused. "To me." "Oh. After Christmas," Harry said. "I promise." Ron chewed his lip. Ron Weasley's best quality, which he did not know he had yet, was that he was capable, when asked, of being quite terrifically loyal to people who gave him a sensible reason to be. "All right. Good. Christmas morning was a pile of presents at the foot of Harry's bed, which was a thing Harry had never had. There had been nothing at the Dursleys'. There had been, last year, an old coat hanger from Petunia, taped in newspaper, and a jar of toffees from the Aunt Marge, and a greeting card from the school, and that had been Christmas. This year there were 7 packages. He opened them slowly. Hagrid had given him a hand-carved wooden flute that made, when he blew it, a sound like a very distant owl. He would, he thought, learn it. Hermione had given him a box of chocolate frogs and a neat card written in her precise tidy hand. The twins, somehow, had given him a pair of socks that changed color and pattern with the wearer's mood, which he would never wear in public, because the thought that his mood was trackable on his ankles amused him more than it alarmed him. Mrs. Weasley, whom he had not met, had sent him a hand-knitted jumper, dark green, with an H on the chest. He held it for a long minute. He put it on. It fitted. He decided, without announcing it to anyone, that Mrs. Weasley was a person in his life now. Ron, across the room, was wearing his own maroon one and saying, "She always forgets I hate maroon," with the air of a man who wanted it pointed out that he was wearing the maroon. The last package was a long, thin, silver thing. It had no card. Harry opened it. He unfolded it. It was a cloak. It shimmered like water. It pooled in his hands like a dress of mercury. There was a slip of parchment folded inside. "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. A very Merry Christmas to you." Harry held the parchment for a long moment. "Ron," he said. That's an invisibility cloak." Ron sat up so fast he hit his head on the bedpost. "You're joking." "I am not." Ron scrambled over. He peered into Harry's lap. He reached out a hand and stopped just short of touching the cloak, as if it might bite. "That's, Harry, that's a real one, that is." "A real one?" "Yes." "Who sent it?" "No signature." "I have my suspicions." "Dumbledore?" "Yes." "Why?" Harry considered this. "Because he knows," he said, eventually, "that I am going to go into the third-floor corridor before the year is out. And he would like, I think, for me to be able to go there when I choose, rather than when someone else chooses. And he would like, I think, to put me slightly in his debt." Ron gaped. "Mate," he said. "How do you get your head around that? A Christmas present. It's not chess." "It is chess." "You're weird." "Yes." "And you're going to use it." "Yes." "And me and Hermione are coming." "Yes." "Good." Harry folded the cloak carefully and put it under his pillow. He looked at the parchment for another moment. He put that in his herbology book, which was the book he most often carried. Dumbledore, he thought, had made 2 mistakes in his life, both of them, by Harry's reading, for good reasons. The first, many years ago, was about a boy called Grindelwald. The second was about an orphan called Tom Riddle. Dumbledore was not making a third. He was going to make a first-year boy who had come in already powerful into the proper owner of an artifact the wizarding world would otherwise, one day, have had to fight him for. That was a clever move. That was, in its way, a kind move. "I see you, old man," thought Harry. "I see you and I thank you." He wore the cloak out that night, and he went walking in corridors he should not have been walking in, and he laughed, quietly, into his collar, twice. Once, because a cloak that made you invisible was, for a boy who could already fly, a gift of almost comical redundancy. Once, because even so, he appreciated it. Snape, in the second week of January, intercepted him in a corridor outside the potions classroom. There were no students. There was no audience. Snape was limping. "Potter. A moment of your time." "Professor." Snape stared at him. "Harry, patient, waited. "You know," Snape said, "what I am going to ask. You are going to ask me what I saw in a bathroom on Halloween. You are going to ask me how I had a troll on its back in a quarter of a minute. You are going to ask me what I am. You will be the second head of house to ask me those questions, and the third teacher, and the only one who has read enough dark books to have noticed." Snape breathed in. "Professor," Harry said, mildly. "I mean it when I say that I would like to tell you. I have been, in my short time here, building a very short list of adults in this castle I want to know. You are on that list. You are on it for two reasons. 1, you are the only person in this castle, not excepting the headmaster, who is actually willing to be unpleasant to children when the children need it, and there is a use for that. 2, my mother liked you for some years, and my mother, Professor, was more discerning than most people on this island." Snape's face did something at that. It was the smallest possible motion of the muscles at the hinge of the jaw. But it was there, and Harry, very politely, did not look directly at it. "I will tell you some of it now," Harry said. "Because I am about to ask you for a thing." "What thing?" "Tell me, please, who is guarding the stone?" Snape's eyes narrowed to black needles. "You know about the stone. I know that Nicholas Flamel is 665 years old this year and is still, somehow, 665 years old, which is not a thing he can be without help. I know that a parcel was removed from Vault 713 at Gringotts on the morning of the 31st of July last year, Hagrid told me, without quite telling me, on the way there. I know that the parcel was small and that it was brought to Hogwarts. I know that the third-floor corridor contains a dog with 3 heads. I know that Quirrell is lying to the staff about his turban, and that the thing in his turban wants what is behind the dog, and that the thing in his turban, being what it is, will get through, or die trying, before the end of the year. I know many other things. Tell me, please, who else has set a guard?" Snape looked at him for a long, long moment. Then Snape said, very slowly, "Potter. Do you know, from the name Flamel, what the stone does?" "I know, from the name Flamel, that the stone is an alchemical matter of transmutation into gold, and that it can, as its secondary property, distill an elixir of life. I know that the second property is what Quirrell's passenger wants. The first is of no interest to him. The first is useful to a man, the second is useful to a wraith." Snape exhaled. "You are," he said, "very thorough, Potter." "Yes. Fine." Snape listed, quickly, what guards had been laid. Harry listened. Each member of staff, it seemed, had been asked, by Dumbledore, in the summer, to provide 1 layer. Sprout had done a plant layer, Flitwick had done a charms layer, McGonagall had done a transfiguration layer, Quirrell himself had done a layer, which was the most interesting thing on the list, and Snape had done a logic puzzle involving 7 potions, which amused Harry, because Snape was the only teacher in the castle he had yet encountered who would set, as a puzzle, a thing that could be cleared by anyone who could read carefully. "And Dumbledore," Harry said. "Dumbledore," said Snape, "has set the last defense. I do not know what it is." "Good. I'm glad you don't. That means no one I have met knows. That means neither Quirrell nor Quirrell's passenger can learn it. You think Quirrell will make his move by the end of term? I think Quirrell will make his move tonight." Snape's breath caught. "Tonight. I saw his face this morning. He is dying. His passenger is killing him faster than he understands. If the passenger does not reach the stone soon, he will lose his body. The passenger is old enough to know this. Quirrell is not old enough to notice. Dumbledore is out of the castle." "Yes." "Dumbledore is in London." "Yes." "On a false summons. Quirrell arranged it, I imagine, through the Ministry this morning. The Ministry will owe him by the end of the day, because Dumbledore will return at a run from a meeting that was a fiction. You will have time to send word, Professor, but you will not have time to prevent a thing. Which is why I am going." Snape stared at him. "Professor," Harry said, kindly. "I need one thing. Keep the castle calm for the next 4 hours. Do not sound an alarm. Do not, under any circumstances, go down through the trapdoor. Trust that I will come back up. Potter." "Yes. If you do not come back up." "If I do not come back up, Professor, you will have a great deal to do. I assume you will do it." Snape looked at him. Snape, for the first time in a long career of reading the faces of extraordinary children and finding most of them a disappointment, looked at a child with no disappointment and, briefly, a little awe. He crushed the awe between his teeth before it showed. "Go," he said. Harry went. They went as three. Hermione brought the parchment map. Ron brought the cloak, because Harry had insisted that all three of them fit under it, and Ron, the tallest, had to hold it high. They went at 11 at night, down an empty corridor, and in front of a door that even Peeves had learned not to harass. Harry knocked, once, politely, and the door of its own accord swung open. The dog, who turned out to be called Fluffy by Hagrid and three-headed by everyone else, was asleep. The dog was asleep because Quirrell had been in, earlier, and had left a harp enchanted to play itself on a loop. Harry, looking at the harp, said, "That's lazy." He did not even make the harp his own. Hermione, white under the cloak, nodded. Ron, white under the cloak, said, "We are going down there with a harp keeping us alive," and Harry said, "We are going to lift the harp on our way down, which will mean we are bringing the harp down with us, which will mean it goes on playing." The trapdoor beneath the dog was a ring of iron set into planks. Harry lifted it. Below was black. "How far is the drop?" Hermione whispered. 20 feet. "How do you know?" "I can hear air move." Ron looked at him. "Oh, come off it." "I can." "Come here. I will drop each of you." He dropped Ron first, because Ron was the heaviest. He lowered him gently through the trapdoor with one hand, and when Ron's feet were on the floor, a soft thump, Harry let go and Ron called up, softly, "It's a plant." "A plant, it's a—" "Get off, Hermione, I am telling you," Hermione next. Harry last. He did not drop. He stepped off the lip of the trapdoor and lowered himself hand over nothing, and he took the harp with him, still playing, and he set it in an alcove at the bottom where it could be heard by Fluffy above. The devil's snare at their feet was already, at Hermione's quick quiet Lumos Solum, recoiling, with offended hisses, into the shadow. It knew better than to grip Harry. Plants had always known. They went through the Flitwick chamber, where keys on wings blew through the air in a mad unsorted storm and one key with a crumpled wing circled, uneasy. Harry pointed at the key. Hermione took the broomstick Flitwick had left. Hermione, pale and focused, chased the key down. Hermione, who was not an athlete, caught the key on her fifth pass, because she had been watching for its pattern, and patterns were a thing Hermione caught. Harry, meanwhile, hovered below her, and did not fly, because she needed to catch the key, and catching the key was for her. They went through the giant chess set. Ron, pale and focused, did the thing Ron Weasley had been born for. He was not an academic and he was not an athlete and he was not a hero by any of the measurements a hero was usually measured by, but Ron Weasley, standing at the edge of a board of black and white stone pieces 10 feet tall in a half-lit chamber under a Scottish castle, was, without question, the best 11-year-old tactician in Britain. He looked at the board for 11 seconds. He sat in the Black Queen's rook. He gave orders. He marched Hermione to the Knight's Square and Harry to the Bishop's and he walked his own piece forward into the center of the board and, at the right moment, let the White Queen take him. The stone horse cracked across his chest and Ron, in a swoon, slid sideways off the rook and did not get up. Harry was at his side before he landed. He knelt. He turned Ron's head. He looked. Concussion. He will live. Harry, Hermione. Stay. Watch him. I will come back for you both. This is the order. It is not a request. Harry, you can't, Hermione. Do you trust me? She looked at him. She swallowed. Yes. Then stay. He kissed Ron, once, on the forehead, which startled him as he did it. It was not a thing a Viltrumite general did to soldiers, but which was the correct gesture, and he did not regret it. He stood. He crossed the remaining squares of the board without engagement. He did not need to fight the chessmen now, they had taken the opposing king. They let him by. The troll in the next chamber was dead. Quirrell had killed it on his way in. Harry had known he would. The Snape chamber was next. Harry did not drink a potion. He lifted the table. He set it back down. He kicked through the wall of fire that sprang up between the two tables, which did not burn him, because a second-rank magical fire was, to a Viltrumite, warm. Hermione's part of the puzzle would have been the elegant part. Harry did not need to be elegant. He stepped through. At the door, he paused. He wrote 2 words in the dust with his finger, so that they would be the first thing anyone coming behind him would see. For Lily. Then he went in. In the last chamber, before the mirror, stood Quirrell. No turban. No stutter. The turban was on the floor. Quirrell's face, which had been pale before, was now the color of raw ash. The back of his skull was a face. Red eyes. A lipless mouth. The mouth was breathing, carefully, as though each breath cost something. On the empty plinth at the far end of the chamber, under a low spotlight, stood the mirror of Eriste. Quirrell, when Harry came in, turned, not his body, his eyes alone, the body still faced the mirror, and looked at Harry over his shoulder. Potter, Quirrell said, in a voice that was not Quirrell's. Come in. Harry came in. He did not stop in the middle of the room. He did not stand a safe distance off. He walked directly to Quirrell and stopped at arm's length, which was the distance from which, in a last life, he had broken many men. Hello, he said, quietly. Tom. The face on the back of Quirrell's head, the face of what had once been Tom Marvolo Riddle, what had made itself Voldemort, what was now, visibly, only a smear of soul plastered onto another man's spine, hissed. Do not call me that. It is your name. It is a name I buried. Then it is still your name, and I have dug it up. Voldemort's eyes glittered. Potter. You came here for the stone. I came here for you. You will die before you touch it. I will not die. Not to you. Not tonight. Not ever. You, on the other hand, will die tonight. I am telling you, as a courtesy, because I wanted to look you in the face once before I did it. You are entitled to that. You were not, ever, an entirely small man. The wraith looked at him. Quirrell, under the wraith, was crying. A small, exhausted line of tears had begun down the left side of his face. His mouth moved, silently. It said, help. Harry did not know to whom Quirrell said it. But the help was for Quirrell, not for the wraith. Harry inclined his head, slightly, to Quirrell. Professor, he said. I'm sorry, sir. This will be quick. Potter, the wraith said, Potter, stop, let us speak, we are not strangers, we are strangers. I am a part of you, it is in the scar, I am a piece of the night in Godric's Hollow, I have been, Harry said, for 3 years, clearing that night out of me like rust. You are in a scar because your spell broke on something older than your spell. There is nothing of you in me. There is nothing of me in you. We are, Harry repeated, softly, strangers. He raised his left hand. He did not use his wand. He did not need his wand. He had promised McGonagall, at the beginning of the year, that he would be careful in her corridors, and this was not a corridor. He laid his palm flat against Quirrell's forehead. Viltrumite hand on a Muggle brow. He did not push. He did not push because if he had pushed his hand would have gone through a human skull and through a wraith and through the wall of the chamber behind them both and perhaps through 3 stories of castle and then 3 inches into the earth under Scotland. He did not need to push. He only needed to hold his hand there. Contact. You, said Harry, inside, not with words, but with a thing made from a mind so old and so certain of itself that the thing Voldemort was, which had been an extraordinary mind in its time on a small planet, found itself held in place like a pinned moth, are done. The wraith screamed. It was a scream without air, which was the scream of a mind, not a body. It was the kind of scream Conquest had heard before, on the face of a proud emperor whom he had broken, on the face of a priest of some small god whose temple he had simply walked through, and it did not move him. It did not move him because he had not come here to be moved. He had come here to end a thing that had killed a woman named Lily. He held the hand, gently. You thought, he said, in the grammar of minds, you were the worst thing that could happen to a planet. You were a boy from an orphanage who became an ideology. You are not, and you have never been, on the scale of the worst thing that could happen to a planet. Know, before you flee, what you are fleeing from. Know that I am telling you this as a kindness. Know that I am choosing, now, not to destroy you. Know that I could. Go. Quirrell, underneath the wraith, went out in a long sigh, as though a candle had been, quite gently, put out. Harry closed Quirrell's eyes with his thumb. He lifted his hand. The thing that had been Voldemort, a coal of smoke, no bigger than a tennis ball, which was, in its essence, a fragment of a soul trying to leave a burning body in time, tore itself out of the back of Quirrell's skull as Quirrell collapsed, and fled, up, shrieking, through the ceiling, and was gone, out of the castle, somewhere into a night over the forbidden forest, going, Harry did not doubt, east and fast, to the old strongholds of its kind. Harry let it go. He could have caught it. He let it go. He let it go, he would later tell Dumbledore, because he had only just met it, and he wanted to watch how it ran, and he wanted Voldemort to know that today, this first day, Harry Potter had chosen not to kill him. Conquest, in another life, would not have let a thing run. Conquest, in another life, had ended each of his wars on the same day he had begun them. Harry, however, had decided, somewhere between Surrey and the 7th-floor buttress, that this life was going to be run a little differently. He had decided, more specifically, that Voldemort was going to see what mercy looked like, in a man who could have killed him, and he was going to have to carry that sight for the rest of his unnatural life. The mirror of Erist, on its plinth, still showed a thing to him. Harry turned, after a long moment, and walked over to it. He stood before it. He looked. He had expected it to show him something obvious, his parents, perhaps, or Conquest in his old body, young and armored and alive. It did not. It showed him a man he did not entirely know yet. A man of medium height, 30 perhaps, with a dark jaw and green eyes gone softer than Harry's were now. The man was standing in a doorway. In the room beyond, a woman Harry did not recognize was laughing with her hand on the head of a small boy. The small boy had black hair and freckles. The man in the mirror was not looking at the woman. He was looking at Harry. He was looking at Harry the way a man looks at himself when he has, all his life, been working for a thing he has not yet earned, and now wonders, quietly, what it would feel like to earn it. Harry stared. He stared for a long time. Then he slid his hand into his pocket, and he put his hand in his pocket with a specific movement, the kind of movement the boy in the mirror made when the man in the mirror was reaching for something, and when he pulled his hand out, he felt, settled in his palm, a red stone the size of a small egg, warm. He looked at the stone. He looked at the mirror. The boy in the mirror smiled at him, and the boy's smile was his own. The last defense, he thought. Of course. He who wants to use the stone cannot find it. He who only wants to find it, who does not, at this moment, want the thing it makes, keeps it. Harry closed his fingers. He pocketed it. He turned, and looked, one last time, at the body of Quirrell. He knelt. He folded Quirrell's hands on Quirrell's chest. He did not pray. Conquest had never prayed, and Harry had not been taught, but he did, very quietly, say aloud, "You were used. I am sorry it was by one of my kind, in the end." He went out, up through the chambers, collected Ron under one arm and Hermione under the other, and rose, with them, straight up through the trapdoor as a column, and he set them down gently on the third-floor corridor, outside the open door, and he put the cloak back over their heads, and he sent them up to the tower. "But Harry, you didn't tell us what happened. Go to bed, Hermione. I promise I will tell you everything in the morning. But, go." They went. Harry, alone, walked down the corridor and up the moving stair and stood, for a moment, at the window of the astronomy tower and looked out at the black sky over the forbidden forest and breathed in the cold. The stone sat warm in his pocket. He thought of his mother. He had never met her, in this life. He had a photograph, pressed into his herbology book next to Dumbledore's note, which Hagrid had pressed into his hand in the hospital wing a week before Christmas and said, "It was in your vault, Harry, I thought, here, take it, yeah, should have it." The photograph showed a thin red-haired woman of 20 with a baby on her hip, laughing, next to a dark-haired man with spectacles and the same hair Harry had. Harry did not, he thought, look like either of them from certain angles, but he looked like both of them at once if you held the photograph to a candle and tilted it. He had not yet cried for her, in this life. He did not cry now, either. He was not ready. He did, however, say, aloud, very softly, into the Scottish wind, "I did it, Mum." It was, in its way, the first prayer of his new religion. Behind him, on the stair, Dumbledore's footsteps were climbing up. Footsteps behind him. He had known whose before they had been 2 paces up the stairs. He did not turn. "Headmaster. Mr. Potter." Dumbledore came to stand beside him at the window. He was wearing, still, absurdly, his traveling cloak, and there was snow in his beard from a London that had no snow. He had come by a flue or a portkey at speed, and fast. His breath was steady. "I was," Dumbledore said, "delayed." "Yes." "On a false errand." "Yes." "Tom." "Ran." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose, very slightly. "You chose," Dumbledore said, "to let him run." "Yes." "Might I ask why?" "Because," Harry said, "I wanted him to know what it felt like to have been let go. No one has ever let him go before. He has always taken his own leaving." Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment in the starlight. "Mr. Potter," he said, quietly, "you are frightening." "Yes." "Good." There was a long silence. Then Dumbledore said, "The stone." "In my pocket." "Ah. I will give it back to you tonight, Headmaster. I am not Flamel and I am not you, and I have no interest in an elixir of life. My life is long enough. However, you are going to destroy it. Aren't you? I am going to ask Nicholas and Perenelle if they are, at last, ready. They will say yes. I think they will." "Good." Harry took the stone out of his pocket. He held it up to the starlight. It caught a small red gleam, like an ember under ash. "Headmaster," he said. "We will have a longer conversation soon. About me. About what I remember. About a war you will wish you had known was coming. About what to tell a minister for magic who is about to learn of all this. About a rat in a Weasley bed. I will not ask you, tonight, to be ready for it. I will only ask you to know that it is coming. I am ready. I know." Harry set the stone in Dumbledore's wrinkled, long-fingered hand. He closed Dumbledore's fingers over it. Dumbledore's eyes were wet, which was a thing Harry was, quietly, entirely unsurprised by. The old man closed his fingers tighter. He lowered his hand. "Harry," he said, it was the first time he had used Harry's first name. Yes, Albus. Welcome home. Thank you. They stood, the two of them, for some time at the window in the cold, in a castle that held, that night, both a wraith fleeing east and a boy who had chosen, out of no necessity but his own, to let the wraith go. In the morning, Hermione found him at breakfast at 7:15, with the great hall nearly empty, and slid in beside him without being invited. She slid a clean napkin across the table at him first and a fresh cup of tea, without his asking, because a Hermione Granger in full worry was a Hermione Granger who took care of people's basic needs before presenting her interrogation. "Tell me," she said. "Everything. You promised." He told her. He did not tell her about Conquest. He did not, yet, tell her about Viltrum, because Hermione Granger was a girl who could only be told a thing like that at a time when she could do something with it, and this was not that time. He told her that he had come down alone. He told her that Quirrell had been possessed by the remnant of the man who had killed his parents. He told her that Quirrell had died, and that the remnant had fled. He told her that the stone was safe, and that he had given it back. She listened without interrupting, which, for Hermione, was a feat. When he was done, she said, "Harry." "Yes." "You are more dangerous than you have told me." "Yes." "Why are you being gentle about it?" "Because," Harry said, and discovered as he said it that it was true, "I have been dangerous before. I did not have friends to be gentle for, before. I am practicing." Hermione, to her credit, did not cry. She reached across the table and held his hand, very briefly, as a person holds a hand, and then she let go and ate her toast, and Harry ate his, and the hall slowly filled, and none of the students coming down through the doors knew what had happened in the dungeons the night before, although several of them would, within a week, discover, with mild confusion, that Professor Quirrell had taken suddenly ill and would, regrettably, be replaced for the rest of the year by a cheerful, vague ex-Auror named Kingsley who would, for the rest of the spring, teach them exactly nothing about the dark arts and a great deal about how to be polite at interviews. Ron, when he arrived 10 minutes later with a bandage on his head and a bruise on his cheekbone and a scowl between his eyes, sat heavily beside them and said, "I am still angry at you, Harry. You kissed me on the forehead. I'm a Gryffindor. We do not kiss." "Ron," Harry said, serenely. "Pass the kippers." Ron passed the kippers. Hermione, pinking, laughed. At the staff table, Professor McGonagall, over her own slice of toast, watched the three children at the end of the Gryffindor bench, and decided not to interrupt. Professor Snape, 2 seats down, did not eat, and looked at Harry with an expression that was not readable, but which, if it had been readable, might have been the expression of a man revising a working theory in the middle of a breakfast. Dumbledore, at the center, was smiling into his porridge for no reason any of his staff could see, and nursing, in his left-hand pocket, a small red stone that would, within a week, be crushed into a fine red powder and blown out of a tower window, at the request of a very old couple in a very old house, who would, at the age of 666 and 658 respectively, finally close their eyes together, and be glad of it. Chapter 5. The snake below. The summer between Harry's first and second years at Hogwarts was long and golden and, for the first time in his life, entirely his own. He spent the first 2 weeks of it at number 4, Privet Drive, and it was, a new word, civil. Vernon did not speak to him. Petunia, in a corner of the kitchen she had claimed as her own since the events of the previous Easter, made him a pot of tea in the morning, which she had not made before. Dudley, who had filled out a great deal over the year, in the wrong way, all sideways, shuffled past him with the look of a boy who had had, without quite knowing how, the center of gravity of his home removed from underneath him. Harry ate at the table. He read books. He mowed the lawn. He mowed Mrs. Figg's lawn, while he was at it, and Mrs. Nextdoor's, because he had taken a liking to Mrs. Nextdoor. He wrote to Hermione, who wrote back at a rate of 3 letters to his 1. He wrote to Ron, who wrote back at a rate of 1 letter to his 3, and misspelt everything, delightfully. He did not, at Privet Drive, fly. He had found, over the preceding year, that the Ministry of Magic watched underage wizards rather closely in their home counties, and the Ministry of Magic was not ready for a thing like him. He would not give it cause, yet, to notice. In the middle of July he went to the Burrow. The Burrow was a house that looked, at first sight, like a building that had been struck by magic on a grey morning and which had thereafter, with offended dignity, rearranged itself into what it believed a house ought to be. It had 6 stories, most of them at angles. It had a barn, a yard, a pond that turned out, after a week, to have a breed of small, aggressive, single-tusked carp in it, and a shed full of what Mr. Weasley called his plugs. Mrs. Weasley hugged Harry in the kitchen as though she had known him for a decade. Fred and George produced, in honor of his arrival, a 5-foot firework shaped like a dragon that chased Percy up 3 flights of stairs. Ginny, small and red-haired and 9 years old, looked at Harry for a full 30 seconds on his first evening and then, abruptly, and without a word, ran away. Ron, later, embarrassed, said, "She's been saying your name for a year. It's a lot." "I know," said Harry, gently. "Tell her I am not to be afraid of." "Tell her yourself, mate." He did, about a week in, when he found her sitting on the stairs at night, unable to sleep, and sat down on the step below hers without looking at her, and spoke to the wood between his knees, and she spoke back. By the end of that conversation Ginny Weasley had decided she did not think of Harry Potter as Harry Potter anymore, which was to her eternal credit, and to his eternal gratitude, and which would, in a few short months, be the reason she survived. And, twice, in the low summer evenings, Harry went up into the air over the back of the Burrow's apple orchard, where the Weasleys could not see, and he turned on his back and he let the sun set on his face. The Burrow was good. He had not ever been to a good house. On the night before he was to take the train back to Hogwarts, a house elf appeared at the foot of his bed. Harry, who did not sleep as much as other children sleep, was awake. The elf was small and knobbly and had tennis ball-sized eyes and wore a tea towel. It wrung its ears. It introduced itself as Dobby. It began, with the desperate incoherence of a creature who had been punished for saying anything true in its life, to warn him, in the general direction of his left ear, that he must not go back to Hogwarts, and that something was coming, Dobby had come to warn him. Harry let it talk. He did not interrupt. He did not cast anything. He did not grab its ears. He sat up in his bed, lacing his fingers on his knee, and he let Dobby warn him. Dobby warned him for about 3.5 minutes. When Dobby stopped for a breath, Harry said, "Dobby." "Yes, Harry Potter, sir." "Who owns you?" Dobby flinched. Dobby's great green eyes went flat. "Dobby's family, sir." Dobby is not to, yes. "You are not to say." "I know the rules of your kind." "Dobby. Listen. Do not say. Do not break your hayas. I will work it out. Nod, please, when I am right. Your family is, let me see. Old. Pure-blooded. Wealthy. Politically connected. A son at Hogwarts. A father of, let us say, a manor that did not approve of the war we had last year. A mother who keeps peacocks." Dobby, at peacocks, made an involuntary small noise. "Malfoy." Dobby closed his eyes and clapped his hands over his mouth. "Don't speak," Harry said, quickly, kindly. "Don't. There. I have said it. You have not. No one has broken a rule. Good. Now. Dobby. What is being brought into the castle?" Dobby shuddered. He tried to smash his face into the nearest solid object, which was the bedpost. Harry stopped the bedpost with a palm. Dobby bounced back gently. Dobby looked at Harry. "You are being kind to Dobby, sir." "Yes. I am being kind to Dobby because Dobby has risked a great deal to come here, and because no one is going to hit Dobby in this bedroom." "Dobby. What is being brought into the castle? Dobby whispered, a thing. An evil thing. A thing of his. His, sir. Whose? Him, sir. The Dark One. Him whose, Voldemort's. Oh. Oh, Harry Potter, sir, the name, I can say it. I was in a room with it last year. I am very confident the name has stopped mattering. Dobby. Tell me. Is it an object or a person? A book, sir. A little black book. A diary. Harry was still. A diary. Dumbledore had spoken to him, very briefly, on a staircase at the end of the summer term, about what he, Dumbledore, had come to suspect about the thing in Quirrell's turban. About, and here Dumbledore had used a word Harry had filed, with some interest, being one of the very few words that was still new to him, Horcruxes. Multiple. Possibly 7. A diary had not been named. But a diary was a form that suggested itself. A piece of Voldemort's soul, given to a child, delivered into the school. To be used, he understood in that one beat, not on him, because Voldemort knew, now, what he was, and would not waste a piece on him. To be used on a child close to him, that he would feel bound to rescue. A decoy. He thought, with some admiration, well done, Tom. He looked at Dobby. Dobby. Listen to me. I am going to Hogwarts tomorrow morning. I am going to go. I need you not to throw a blockade across the platform, or to put a rogue bludger on me in the first Quidditch match, or to otherwise try to keep me from the school. Do you understand? I am going into this. I will deal with the diary. I will deal with your family. You will not have to do it yourself. You can be still. Dobby stared. Promise me, Dobby. Dobby promises. Good. One more thing. When I have dealt with your family, I will be in a position, a year from now, perhaps 2, to free you. Would you like that, Dobby? Dobby began to cry. Harry handed him a handkerchief. Good night, Dobby, Harry said. Dobby, clutching the handkerchief, disapparated. Harry lay back on his pillow. He looked at the ceiling. He thought, Tom. You thought you would test me through a child. You will be disappointed. He slept, in the end, 2 hours, which was 2 more than he needed, and he slept well. 2 weeks into term, Mr. Weasley's wand, which he had let Harry examine once, because Mr. Weasley was a man who loved being examined about his work, had gone off twice at the dinner table in delight, when a blond boy in Slytherin robes, walking past the table where Harry was sitting on the second Saturday, stopped and leaned, ostentatiously, over Harry's shoulder. Potter. Malfoy. I am told, Draco said, that my father is interested in meeting you at last. I am told, Harry said, that your father is a great many things. He will be at Hogsmeade on the 25th. How convenient. Yes. I will not, however, be at Hogsmeade on the 25th, as second years are not permitted in Hogsmeade. Tell your father that if he wishes to meet me, he is welcome to come to the castle gates and request an interview of Professor McGonagall, who will, no doubt, laugh at him politely. Draco's face tightened. My father, he said, is on the board of governors of this school. Yes. He has recent cause. I am sure he does. Potter. Yes. You don't understand what's been happening. Harry looked up at him. Draco, he said. I understand what has been happening. I understood what had been happening from the morning after Colin Creevey was attacked, when I smelt your father's cologne on the stairs leading to Myrtle's bathroom, where he had no business being. I understood what is happening when I saw your sister, your family's house elf, watch me at the platform, afraid. I understand what your father has put in this school. I understand who he has put it in. You, tell your father, Harry said, calmly, that I have a message for him. Tell him, from me, that he will end what he is doing this year at Hogwarts, or I will end it, and him. He will have until Halloween to reconsider. After Halloween I become less polite. Draco went white. You can't threaten a member of, I just did. Draco left, hastily. Harry went back to his treacle pudding. Hermione, across from him, very quietly said, Harry. You talk to Draco Malfoy's father like a man who has decided to kill him. I have not decided to kill him. But the way you talk, I have decided what I will do if he does not stop. There is a difference. Hermione ate a forkful of carrot. She swallowed. She said, not looking at him, will you teach me to talk like that? Harry looked up. Hermione Granger, he said. Yes. Colin Creevey was the first. A muggle born, petrified in a corridor with a camera frozen in his hands and the lens shattered. Then Justin Finch Fletchley and nearly headless Nick, on the same night, in the same corridor, both petrified, the ghost in a strange drifting horizontal pose that Professor Flitwick declared unprecedented. Then Hermione and a Ravenclaw girl whose name Harry had not learned, both found on the floor of the first-floor corridor, Hermione's hand clutching a small torn piece of parchment and a round pocket mirror. Harry was at her bedside in the hospital wing, sitting with her for an hour, before Madame Pomfrey finally shooed him out. He looked at her, there, frozen mid-sentence on the cot, hair still wild, eyes open, mouth half-formed into a word. He held her hand. You found it, he said, quietly. I'll finish it. I'm sorry I was too slow for you, Hermione. He took the piece of parchment from her hand. He took the mirror, too, because the mirror had been a clever thought. He saw, looking at it, that Hermione had been using the mirror to walk corners, so that she did not step around a bend into the creature directly. She had, even in this, been thinking harder than everyone else in the castle. He left the hospital wing with the parchment folded in his pocket. Outside, in a corridor he had walked 100 times, he read what she had written. Basilisk. Pipes. Voices. He already knew. He had known, in fact, since November, when in the first attack the petrifaction had been rings of stone cold, and not spell-worn, and when no one had died, only frozen. He had known because he had read ahead. He had known because he had, a week after the chamber was last mentioned in the Daily Prophet over breakfast, spent a night in the Hogwarts library in the restricted section at 3 in the morning and read every scrap on the founding of the school, every scrap on the chamber rumor, every scrap on the Parseltongue line, and every scrap on the basilisk, a creature which even the author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them was not entirely sure he had not, at some point in his career, met. He had not spoken of any of this, because he had not wanted to spook a castle in which there was, already, a missing girl and a possessed diary and a father in a manor house, watching. He would be quick now. He walked to Professor McGonagall's office first, because he respected her. He found her there with Snape. He stopped in the doorway. Snape was on one side of the fireplace and McGonagall was on the other, and the two of them were, for the first time in Harry's observation, talking to each other without the thing that had, for a year, stood between them. Professors. Potter. I am going to ask you both to do 2 things, please. I will not be long. They turned. 1, Harry said. Professor McGonagall, please take Ginny Weasley from whichever corridor she is currently walking in. She is in the second-floor bathroom, I believe, or in a classroom off it, and she will be holding or fainting, and bring her to the hospital wing. Put 4 professors around her. Do not, whatever you do, let her out of your sight for the next 2 hours. Potter, why? Because she is what's wrong. Not her fault. Not her doing. Her body, for the last 5 months, has been being hijacked. You will find a diary at her side. Do not open it. Put it in an iron box in my absence until I come back to deal with it. Both of these things are important. The second must happen before the first. Gold. Potter, Professor Snape. I will need, by 8 o'clock tonight, a rooster. A bird. Common domestic cockerel. If you have to steal one from Hagrid, do. But I need it alive, and I need it in a sack. Leave it for me at the entrance to Myrtle's bathroom at 8. Snape stared at him. Potter. The cockerel, yes. I know. You are going into the Chamber of Secrets. Yes. Tonight. Tonight. McGonagall stood. Potter, no. Professor Dumbledore is not. He was summoned away to London 2 hours ago, and Lucius Malfoy is in this castle at this moment with a writ of, yes. Professor Malfoy is up in Dumbledore's vacated office. Professor, be calm. Everything that is happening today is happening according to a plan that is not yours. It is nearly, but not quite, according to a plan that is not mine. I have some corrections to make to the plan. Harry paused. Professor McGonagall. Yes. I have a rule about what I do in your corridors. Yes. I am about to break my rule, in a corridor, one time, in a small way that will not be visible to any student. If you need to take house points for it, take them. She looked at him. Go, she said. Harry went. On his way out, he said, over his shoulder, Professor Snape. What? The cockerel. Yes, Potter. Yes. He found Ginny in a classroom off the second-floor bathroom corridor. She was sitting on the teacher's desk, swinging her feet. She looked up when he opened the door. She smiled at him, and her smile was not Ginny's smile. Harry Potter, said the thing using Ginny Weasley's mouth. Tom. The thing's eyes, Ginny's brown eyes, slightly glassed over, widened, and then, with a certain dignity, accepted. Ah. I see you, Tom. I see you, Harry Potter. Get out of her. She is my anchor, for the moment, while I recover. I am not at full strength. If I leave her, I am vapor for another decade. I am choosing not to be vapor for another decade. You are going to be vapor for a year. Possibly 2. I am not. Harry stepped into the room. The thing stood up in Ginny's body. In Ginny's hand was a small black book, tied with a piece of leather thong. The thing held the book up. She has been writing in it, the poor silly girl. I have been writing back. 4 months now. A long, slow transfer. She does not have much soul left to give, Harry Potter. It has mostly gone into me, and into this. She will die in perhaps 40 minutes. You will not be quick enough to save her. I will. Let us see. Harry did not charge the thing. Harry did not draw his wand. Harry crossed the room at a walking pace. Harry took Ginny Weasley gently by the shoulders, bent, and touched his own scar to her forehead. The thing, inside her, screamed. The piece of Voldemort in Ginny Weasley's body was the same piece of Voldemort that had, at Godric's Hollow, been blown off Tom Riddle's soul by the broken killing curse and lodged in Harry Potter's skull for 11 years. It was the piece Harry had spent, since he was 8, very slowly and methodically starving out. When the two pieces touched they recognized each other and tried to rejoin, and Harry, because he was what he was, took them both. He did not take them into himself. That would have been a mistake. He did not want Voldemort in his head, which was the room he walked in. He took them out. Viltrumite biology had, in his old life, been peculiar on a number of dimensions, and one of them had been that the species could stabilize certain field states around their own flesh in ways that science on other worlds had, repeatedly, failed to understand. A Viltrumite general could, for example, and Harry had, twice, in another life, cup a black hole in his hands for a minute without dying, because the field of his own self kept the black hole, for that minute, exactly where he had decided it was going to be. A fragment of a wraith soul, by this measure, was a trivial problem. Harry touched foreheads with Ginny. Harry, with a strange calm certainty that was all his, reached. He held the fragment of Voldemort in Ginny between his own will, and he dragged it, over the space of 3 seconds, the short distance from her brow to his palm. It sat in his palm, a black, squirming thing the size of a peach. He looked at it. The thing shrieked. He looked at Ginny. Ginny's eyes rolled back. Ginny's body fell against him. Harry caught her. He laid her gently on the floor. He placed 2 fingers under her jaw. A pulse. Thin, but present. She would live. He straightened. "Tom," he said, to the thing in his palm. "I told you I would let you run, the first time. I am not that generous twice. However, we have not yet had our proper conversation. I am going to postpone this bit of you, briefly. I have another bit to kill first. Then you and I will be reunited." He walked to the fireplace. He opened the grate. He pushed the fragment, which did not want to go, through the bars, and he closed the grate over it. He did a thing, with a hand, that was not a spell, that was a Viltrumite thing his old people had done to stabilize a substance for exactly long enough to keep it in a place, and the fragment, trapped, writhed silently behind bars of iron. He lifted Ginny into his arms, and he turned. "Professor," he said, aloud, to the empty room, "I know you're outside." McGonagall, breathing, came in. "Take her to the hospital wing. Do not let anyone touch that fireplace until I come back. Do not, in particular, let Lucius Malfoy anywhere near this room. He will be looking for this. Potter, the diary, is in her hand. Bring it, please. In an iron box, as I said. I will need it in an hour." He set Ginny carefully into McGonagall's arms. McGonagall, who was not a small woman and was not weak, staggered only slightly, and then her arms were around the girl. "Go," Harry said. He went the other way. Moaning Myrtle looked up from her U-bend when he came into her bathroom. "Oh," she said, bitterly. "A boy. Come to throw books at me. No, tease me. No, laugh at me. No, Myrtle. I have come, in fact, to say thank you. You were remarkably helpful to me last year, without knowing, because I watched where you drifted, and you drifted along the correct wall of the 3rd floor corridor to the place where Quirrell went. I appreciate it. I also have a favor to ask." She blinked at him. "A favor?" "Yes. Please do not come to this bathroom for the next half hour." "Why not?" "Because something loud is going to happen, and a girl who has already been murdered once in here ought not, in my view, to be inconvenienced a second time." She burst into tears. "You're kind," she sobbed. "Nobody's ever been kind. Go and visit the ghost of the Ravenclaw Tower." She's stuck up. "Go and visit the Fat Friar, then. He's a Hufflepuff." "Myrtle." "Fine." She went, still sobbing. Harry stood in the empty bathroom in front of the sinks. He stared at the taps. He had read Salazar Slytherin's notes on the mechanism. In the old books, the chamber entrance was only a Parseltongue lock, which meant, with a clear throat, a minute, and a Viltrumite ear, he could work it. He was not a Parselmouth, in his own right, by birth. He had, however, inherited, when he had taken a piece of Tom Riddle out of his own head, and put it in a grate, and was holding, on the side of his skull where the scar was, a lingering memory of the thing's cadence, enough of a Parseltongue memory to fake it, once. He spoke. His throat produced a sound that a snake would have understood. The sink unfolded, noisily, into a pipe. Harry dropped. The fall was long. He did not fly. He kept his arms to his sides and let himself fall, the way a stone falls, because the chamber below would have air displaced and someone who flew down against that air would arrive loud. He arrived quiet. He landed, at the bottom, on a bed of small bones. He looked. He stepped carefully forward. His eyes adjusted. He saw, in the gloom, a long passage, a shed skin of a basilisk, white, 20 feet long, a fraction of the whole creature, a closed door with 2 great stone serpents on it. He opened the door with the same sound he had used upstairs. He did not need to speak again. The door obeyed. In the Chamber of Secrets he found a statue of Salazar Slytherin's head, 40 feet tall, and at the foot of the statue, a pool of water, and in the pool a basilisk, a proper and adult basilisk, fully grown to 60 feet, a king of serpents, sleeping, with its eyes closed, and its great tail draped in a loose curl across the tiles. He regarded it for a long moment. It was a magnificent creature. On any other evening of any other life Harry would have, not spared it. Conquest had not spared things, but he would have thought of sparing it. Tonight he had a girl bleeding out of her soul in a hospital wing, and he had a father in a manor house somewhere who had sent an instrument of death into a school, and he had a piece of a wraith in a fireplace upstairs waiting to be burned. He had no time for mercy for snakes. He unsheathed from the sack at his hip, Snape's cockerel, the loud brown bird, drowsing because Snape had quieted it, the bird, and he placed the bird gently on the tiles. "Crow," he said, softly. The cockerel crowed. It was a normal-sized sound for a cockerel. It was, for a basilisk whose weakness was the crow of a cockerel, the sound of a train hitting a mountain. The basilisk's eyes opened. The basilisk's eyes focused on the cockerel, which was the last thing they would ever focus on. The basilisk writhed. The basilisk, in dying, did not die easily. It convulsed, it thrashed, it broke the far wall of the chamber with its tail. Harry stepped aside. Harry caught the cockerel, which had got loose and was running, in 2 fingers. Harry stood at the far end of the chamber with the cockerel under one arm and let the basilisk, dying, die. It took 50 seconds. On the 49th the basilisk struck, blind, at where it thought he was, with a fong the size of his forearm. He caught the fong in his free hand. He did not bleed. He pulled the fong out of the jaw, because he had a use for it, and he waited. At the 50th second the basilisk gave a last spasm and lay still. "Thank you," he said, quietly, to it. He walked to the body, and he kicked the head gently, and it did not move, and he nodded. He went back, cockerel under one arm, fong in the other hand, up the pipe, up the long climb, flying now, because he did not have to pretend a thing down here. In McGonagall's office, upstairs, he set the cockerel on the floor. He set the fong on the desk. He looked at the iron box Snape, white-faced, had brought from the hospital wing. The diary was inside. He opened the box. He took out the diary. He laid it on the desk, open to a blank page. He picked up the fong. "Tom," he said, pleasantly. "This is the part where I said we'd meet again." He drove the fong through the book. A scream came out of the book, not from the pages, not from any mouth, but from the air above the book itself. Black ink, thick and bad-smelling, vomited out of the pages in a jet. The book shook. The fong sank. Harry held it steady. The book tried, once, to close, he would have said, like a mouth, but the fong was through both covers and would not let it. The screen peaked. The screen fell. The book stopped shaking. The ink on the floor, which had, at one point, very briefly, taken the shape of a young man in Hogwarts robes screaming, which Harry looked at and noted, sank into the wood. The book was a dead book. Harry breathed out. He turned. He went to the grate in the next room. He pulled the trapped shard of Voldemort out of the iron bars, between 2 fingers. It was small now. It was very small. It did not fight. It had seen its sibling die. It knew. He held it up to the firelight. "One more piece down," he said, to it. 4 or 5 to go. If you are listening, through whatever thread joins you to your other pieces, know that I am going to take them all. Every one. I am going to find the others. Because you did this," he gestured, with his free hand, back at the girl in the infirmary, the petrified children, the diary, because you chose a child. You reached into a child. You put a piece of your soul in a child. He squeezed the shard between his fingers. It popped, silently, and was gone. Harry wiped his fingers on his robe. It was, when he walked, at last, into the hospital wing, an hour and 15 minutes past 8. Ginny Weasley was sitting up in her cot. Mrs. Weasley, red-eyed, was at one shoulder. Mr. Weasley was at the other. Ron, on the opposite cot, had his face in his hands. Madame Pomfrey was bustling. Dumbledore, with the snow in his beard, was on the far side of the cot, having come up the stairs in a traveling cloak that still had London in it. McGonagall and Snape stood behind Dumbledore. Ginny saw Harry. Ginny started to cry. "Ginny," Harry said. "It's all right." He went to her cot. He sat down on the edge of it. "It wasn't you." I did things, it wasn't you." I wrote to it, Harry, I wrote to it because I didn't have anyone, it preyed on a girl who was alone. It does that. It is, itself, very alone. Which is to say, it is very good at finding other alone people. You were a child in a big new school. Ginny Weasley. Listen. You are a brave girl, and your brother Ron is an idiot and the best sort of idiot, and your mother has been knitting me jumpers, and your father is a thoroughly decent wizard, and I am very, very fond of you. None of this was your fault. She cried, openly, into his shoulder. Mrs. Weasley, across the cot, made a sound that was not a word. Mr. Weasley held his wife's hand. Dumbledore, at the foot of the cot, watched. Harry, over Ginny's shoulder, caught his eye. Headmaster. Mr. Potter. The diary is destroyed. The basilisk is dead. The chamber is open, seal it, or don't, as you prefer. I would like, when Mrs. Weasley has been given some time with her daughter, a word with you in your office. Of course, Harry. Harry, over the head of the sobbing Ginny, said, mildly, and Headmaster. Lucius Malfoy is still on the grounds. He is not to leave yet. Please have McGonagall ask a house elf to see him into the small drawing room in the West Wing. We have business. Dumbledore, who had paused for the fraction of a beat at a house elf, inclined his head. I will see to it, Harry. Half an hour later Lucius Malfoy stood in a small drawing room on the west of the castle, in a cane-black coat, with his cane in his hand, and Harry Potter, 12 years old, walked in and closed the door behind him. Lucius had the grace to only slightly start. Potter. Mr. Malfoy. This is an outrage. Who do you think, Mr. Malfoy? Your schoolmaster is, Mr. Malfoy. The second time, Harry allowed, for a half-second, the voice that was not quite a boy's voice to come up through him and into the room. It was a voice that had, in a life long gone, filled a throne room on another world. Lucius, who had never in his life before heard his own name said in a voice like that, swayed, briefly, on his feet. He recovered. He was a Malfoy. They recovered. Say your piece, Potter. I will be brief. I know what you did. I know what you gave to Ginny Weasley. I know the name of the young wizard who taught you, when you were a boy about my age, how to hand over to someone a thing he wanted them to carry. I know what you have been doing with the governors of this school. I know you will never sit in this school's councils again. I will be seeing, in the coming months, to the sitting. That is one half. Potter, this is the other. There is a house elf called Dobby in your service. He is not in your service anymore. You have, in your cloak pocket, your left, by the fall of it, a diary. You will, upon my leaving this room, take that diary from your cloak, set it on the mantel, walk out of the room, and never speak to your elf again. If I hear that you have spoken to him, a single word, a single glance, I will know. I have been listening to your house for some time. You have not. No, Harry said, serenely. I have not. But you will never know for certain. You will, from tonight on, live every day of your life assuming that I have. That is a small condition. That is, for you, an enormous change in the weather. Lucius, on his cane, did not move. You are 12, he said. Yes. You cannot, I can. You have no, I have everything. I have what you need and what you want, which is the knowledge of who you really are, and a decision, which I have already made, about whether to crush you like the small thing you are or let you live as a cautionary tale. I have chosen, today, to let you live. Walk, Mr. Malfoy. Lucius Malfoy took the diary from his cloak pocket. There had been another copy, Harry saw, there always was, and set it on the mantel. He turned. He walked. At the door he stopped. Potter. Yes. What are you? Harry paused. An old thing, he said, with young eyes. Walk. Lucius Malfoy walked. In the empty drawing room afterwards, Harry picked up the second diary from the mantel. He turned it over once in his hand. He snapped it clean in two, like a biscuit. He left it in two halves on the mantel, and he went, in the end, up the stairs to Dumbledore's office, for the longer conversation he had promised. Sit, Harry, Dumbledore said. The office was full of small silver instruments that, in the presence of Harry's calm, hummed slightly out of time. Fawkes, on his perch, regarded Harry with a long, level gaze, and then, to Harry's delight, ruffled and bent his head and sang, for 4 notes, a low clean tone like a man stretching on a porch. Harry had not heard Fawkes sing before. He would, he thought, remember it. Headmaster. I gather there is a great deal to say. There is. Begin where you like. Harry sat. He had, on the stairs, decided to begin from the middle. I am not, he said, what you thought I was, Albus. I am older than I look. I am older than my body. I remember a life that is not this life. The life was long. The life was spent, in most of its years, on the making and the waging of war. I do not remember all of it at once. I remember what is useful. I have been putting it back, piece by piece, since I was 8 years old in a cupboard at Privet Drive. The man whose memories I carry was called Conquest. He was a warrior of a species you have not heard of. He killed more people, Albus, than there are in the British Isles this evening. Does that frighten you? Dumbledore considered. No, he said. Not as a fact. I have lived among frightening things. What frightens me about a frightening thing is whether it has chosen to be kind. I have chosen. Then I am not frightened. You should still be a little frightened. I am a little frightened. Good. A pause. I have questions, Headmaster. Some of them are about my mother. Some of them are about Sirius Black, who I am told is my godfather, and who I am told is in Azkaban, and whose trial record Gringotts tells me does not exist. Some of them are about who was at Godric's Hollow that night beside my parents and Voldemort, and who has benefited from the telling of that story. Some of them are about the Horcruxes. Some are about you. You do not have to answer them all tonight. I will answer what I can. I know you will. Harry. Dumbledore folded his hands. I am glad you are here. I am glad you are what you are. I would be glad, also, if you would tell me, not now, perhaps, but at some point, what you wish, in the end, to do with this world. Harry was silent. Then he said, Headmaster, I have not decided. In my last life I had decided very early, and the decision was, consistent, but, narrow. This time I am taking my time. I know, at least, what I am not going to do. I am not going to take it. Not in the way I took the last 9. That is a great deal to me. I thought it might be. Harry. Yes. Thank you. They sat for a while in the quiet, while Fawkes preened his chest feathers and hummed to himself, and the small silver instrument settled, and the stones of Hogwarts turned, patient and ancient, around them. After a while Harry said, "I am going to go to bed, headmaster. I will be back tomorrow for the rest of it. In the morning you will need to work out what to tell the Board of Governors about Lucius, and how to tell the parents of Colin Creevey and the others that their children are going to wake up shortly, and how to protect a Weasley girl from the press. I will come back and we will work through the Horcrux list. I already know of 3. 3. The diary. The ring. I expect your next news from Nicholas Flamel's estate will tell us something about. And one other, which I will explain later. There are more." Dumbledore looked at him with a flat, astonished kind of gratitude. "Good night, Harry." "Good night, Albus." Harry rose. He paused at the office door. He did not turn around. "Albus." "Yes. Thank you for the Christmas present, last year." "You are welcome. I will return it, one day, to a child of mine, if I ever have one. I will tell them who gave it to their father first." There was a long, slow, very quiet silence. "I would like that," said Dumbledore, in a voice not entirely steady. "Good night, Albus." Harry walked out. Chapter 6, A King's Accounting. 2 years went by quickly. Harry's 3rd year was, by his standards, quiet. A convict escaped from Azkaban and became, over a fortnight in September, the front page of every paper in the country. He was, for the record, Harry's godfather, and Harry had been expecting him since his first conversation with Ragnarok at Gringotts. On the 10th of October, on a moor outside Hogsmeade, a large black dog bounded out of a copse of pine trees and into Harry's life, and Harry, in the moonlight, knelt on the heather and put his arms around the neck of a man who had, for 12 years, been thought a murderer, and who had survived 12 years among Dementors by the simple trick of not being, any of those years, a human being. Sirius Black turned, in Harry's arms, from a dog back into a thin, gaunt, long-haired man, and wept with his face in Harry's shoulder. Harry had said, "I have been working, Sirius, on your exoneration. I will have you a free man before Christmas." And Sirius, who had heard in Harry's voice something he did not fully understand but entirely trusted, had nodded, weeping still, into Harry's shoulder. Peter Pettigrew, who had been living for 12 years in a Weasley boys' dormitory as a rat with a missing toe, had, some weeks before, been cornered in the dormitory by Harry, Ron, Hermione, and an extremely appalled Professor McGonagall, and had been turned from a rat back into a short, cringing man, and had been, with Dumbledore at a private session of the Wizengamot, seen by the Minister for Magic, and had been, after a short humiliating few days, the end of any illusion about what had really happened at Godric's Hollow. Sirius Black was quietly pardoned on the last day of October. He came to live in the old black house at Grimmauld Place in London, which Harry, with a combination of Viltrumite Will and Hermione Granger's research, had decrazed for him. He hosted Harry and Ron and Hermione for every Hogsmeade weekend thereafter. 3rd year otherwise was, Dementors, which had been placed on the castle grounds against Sirius. Harry, who did not like Dementors, who had informed the Minister for Magic that if any Dementor crossed the Hogwarts wards to attack a student the Minister's ministry would not have Dementors after Christmas. The quiet departure of the Dementors a week later, Professor Lupin, a new and excellent defense teacher who had also, it turned out, been the only friend of Sirius and the only friend of James. And the last remaining member of the Marauders, who Harry took a strong and protective liking to, and, at the end of the year, the destruction of a golden cup stolen from a vault at Gringotts in an operation Harry does not like to tell stories about, because it involved his one and only ride, ever, on the back of a dragon. He took the ride with Sirius. He still tells Sirius, to this day, that it does not count. Sirius disagrees. Horcruxes, diary, done. Ring, done, brought to Dumbledore by Harry after a short visit to the Gaunt Shack, where Harry had put his palm on the cursed stone without the slightest ill effect, because he was not, in any important sense, curseable. Cup, done, end of 3rd year, via dragon. Locket, done, early 4th year, in a locked, cursed, warded chamber in Grimmauld Place that had belonged to the terrified young Regulus Black and which had nearly, after his death, killed Sirius House Elf. The House Elf, creature, was grateful. That left, by the autumn of Harry's 4th year, 2 of Tom Marvolo Riddle's Horcruxes. One was, they knew, a diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw's, hidden in the castle. Harry went to find it on a quiet Thursday, after Transfiguration, by the simple expedient of standing in the corridor on the 7th floor opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy teaching Trolls Ballet, closing his eyes, and saying, into his own head, in the grammar of a castle speaking to an old soul, "Show me the room you have been keeping the unwelcome guest in." The room of requirement had, it turned out, been keeping the unwelcome guest for a very long time. The door, when it appeared, was worn. The room beyond was a cathedral of junk, 5 centuries of objects Hogwarts students had, over generations, wished to hide, piled in tottering Alps. Harry walked the pathways between them for 20 minutes. He did not hurry. The room had decided, as he entered, to show him the way, objects he did not want parted, politely, like reeds, and he followed the parting. In the center of the room, on a bust of a long-dead wizard, sat a tarnished silver diadem. Harry lifted it from the bust. He held it in his hand. It was warm, the way the diary had been warm. It knew him. It reached, thinly, once, toward his mind, and found no purchase, because there was nothing in him to interest a young Tom Riddle, and it gave up. He had a basilisk's fang in his satchel for exactly this purpose, wrapped in silk, brought from the chamber the week before. He took it out. He drove it, once, cleanly, through the band of the diadem. The diadem shrieked. The diadem stopped shrieking. The diadem was a piece of tarnished silver on the floor. Harry picked it up. He laid it on the bust. The bust, with quiet dignity, became a bust that had simply got an ornament. Harry left the room of requirement, closed the door, and the door disappeared. He walked back down through the castle to the Gryffindor common room in the fading afternoon light. He did not pass another student for 7 corridors. The castle, in its stones, seemed to know something had closed, and to be pleased. On the 5th floor landing, a suit of armor he had nodded to in passing for 3 years lifted its helm, slowly, and dipped it, once, in his direction, and was, when he looked back, perfectly still again. Harry touched its mailed shoulder on his way by. "Thanks," he said, softly, because the castle was owed a thank you, and at this point, they both knew. He did not tell anyone he had done it, that day, because he was not, that day, in the mood for congratulation. That left one. One was, Dumbledore said softly, Tom himself. The thing Tom had not known he had made. The shred that had gone, in Godric's Hollow, into the boy. Harry, at this meeting, laid his hand on the desk and said, "The shred in me was taken out at the end of 2nd year, Albus. I told you. Through Ginny. I assimilated its state, I separated it from me, and I ended it. There is nothing of Tom Riddle in me, and has been nothing since the night of the chamber." Dumbledore had looked at him. Dumbledore had then, slowly, in his blue eyes, smiled. Voldemort, for his part, was not idle. He had begun, with surviving Death Eaters, to gather and to regroup. Rodolphus Lestrange had been broken out of Azkaban by a ritual Harry did not understand and Dumbledore did. Bellatrix Lestrange had come with him. The remaining dozen or so of the Dark Lord's hardcore supporters had, in the months following the chamber, met in a farmhouse in Albania, where a small, weak, wraith-sized Voldemort had taken residence in a homunculus of mud and bone that a loyal servant had built for him. The homunculus was not a body. It was an extension cord. He wanted a proper body. For a proper body he needed a proper ritual. The ritual he had chosen, which Dumbledore had, through a spy Harry had not asked him to identify, learned of in August, required 3 things, a bone of the father, freely taken from his grave, flesh of a servant, freely given, and blood of an enemy, forcibly taken. "He means me, for the blood," Harry said, at the little kitchen table in Grimmauld Place on the last evening of August. He does, said Dumbledore. When? Not yet. He cannot cast the ritual until he is strong enough to hold it, and he is not strong enough until he has regrouped, and he is not in a position to try to capture you while you are at Hogwarts, and in any event, Dumbledore paused, I do not think, Harry, he wants to capture you. I think he will prefer an open field, now. A theater. A place and a time he can choose. And I, Harry said, will let him. Dumbledore looked up. You will, I will let him have a time and a place he can choose. I will let him have the ritual. I will let him raise his new body, so he has the dignity of dying as a man rather than as a smear. And then, after I have watched him do this, in an open field, I will end him. Harry, Albus. No. I know. Listen. I am not doing this to be theatrical. I am not doing this because I need him to suffer. I am doing this because there are, he counted off on his fingers, 34 confirmed Death Eaters still in the country, and a further 15 abroad, and every one of them knows where the others are, and every one of them will scatter the second Voldemort dies. If I finish him now, in a farmhouse, I have the body and nothing else. If I finish him on a night where all of them are kneeling, I have the body and all 34, and I can do it cleanly, with as few dead on my side as possible. Preferably none. That is the plan. That is why I am letting it happen. Dumbledore had been, for a long time, silent. Can I come? Harry looked at him, a soft, amused look. Albus. No. I do not need you. That isn't it. I need you here. I need you at Hogwarts that night. If anything, improbable, were to happen to me, I would need the school not to be unguarded. I would need Sirius and Remus and Tonks and Kingsley and McGonagall and Snape not to have to wonder, for an hour and a half, why they were alone. You will be here. I would like, one day, to know what you plan, Harry, without having to be told afterwards. Ah, Harry said, gently. No, Albus. You wouldn't. Trust me. The Triwizard Tournament was cancelled that year. The cancellation was not formally announced, the foreign schools were told, through diplomatic channels, that the host castle was undergoing renovations of a security-sensitive nature. The students who had been chosen from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang were privately a little disappointed, and one of them, Victor Crumb, the seeker from Durmstrang, wrote to Harry Potter a few weeks later to say that if Harry ever wanted a fly-out over Black Lake at a weekend, he owed him one. Harry wrote back and accepted, which was how, on a Sunday in late November, two 14-year-olds took to the air over the north of Scotland at a speed that made a small dent in the Scottish Weather Service's radar records for the year. Back at the castle, Crouch Jr. was, by the end of September, dead in the bottom of a trunk in a cottage in Yorkshire, and Moody, the real one, was drinking in the kitchen with Sirius, and nobody ran a Triwizard Tournament because it was no longer required as the stage. The stage was, instead, a graveyard. Little Hangleton was a damp village with a damp graveyard on a damp hill, and at its center a single tall, black, unloved memorial to the Riddle family that had once, before Voldemort had been Voldemort, owned half the hill. Harry stood, on the night of Halloween, in the middle of the graveyard, alone, waiting, in the dark. He had his wand. He did not really need it, he carried it for form and for the wizarding audience. He had his cloak. He did not really need that either. He had, folded into the inside pocket of his robe, a photograph of his mother. He heard them come. They apparat in, perhaps 30 of them, in a circle around him, around the memorial. Black cloaks. Masks of bone white. One of them was carrying a bundle, which he laid, kneeling, on the flagstone in front of the memorial. Another was chanting, preparing. A great cauldron was brought. A fire was lit under it. The ritual began. Harry, in the middle of the circle, watched, his hands loose at his sides, his face unreadable, and he let it happen. He let them take a bone from his father's grave. He let the servant, one Barty Crouch who was, not a day before his public execution, working very hard, cut off his own right hand, freely given, and drop it into the cauldron. He let them come for him. He let Wormtail, Broken, Skittery Peter, who had been, in the end, allowed to live by Sirius and Remus only for the purpose of being present this exact night, because the prophecy that had been made before Harry's birth had wanted a traitor's hand and Harry had wanted to give it what it wanted, lay a knife against his wrist. He did not pull away. He let Wormtail draw a handful of his blood, and he let Wormtail, weeping, tip it into the cauldron. Voldemort rose. The figure that stood up out of the cauldron was not Tom Riddle anymore. Tom Riddle, handsome once, was long gone. The figure was taller, thinner, paler, bald, the nose was a pair of slits, the eyes red, the mouth too wide. It was, Harry thought, almost an aesthetic choice. A man who had built so much of a personality on being scary had eventually had to let his body catch up. He came down out of the cauldron. He took his wand from Wormtail. He took a cloak from Malfoy. He turned, at last, to look at Harry. "Harry Potter," Voldemort said, in a voice like a cold knife. "You are a very strange boy." "Yes, Tom." Voldemort's eyes flickered. "You come," he said, "to a place where I am making a body, and you stand, and you let me make the body." "Why?" "Because," said Harry, pleasantly, "it saves me from having to hunt you through Albania for a year. Because I wished for you to be awake and full-bodied when I killed you, because I want you to know what was happening, and a shade does not know things properly. Because I wanted, also, to see who would come when you called. Now I know. There are 31 of them here. 5 more are elsewhere. One of them, by the pattern of the footprints at the gate, is Rodolphus Lestrange, Bellatrix is 2 steps to his right, Malfoy is immediately behind you." Lucius, behind Voldemort, said nothing. Voldemort smiled. "You come alone." "I come alone." 14, Harry Potter. 14 years old. You are still a boy. And I have, tonight, a body made new. And I am surrounded by my faithful. Yes. You think you can kill me? Yes. Then let us, said Voldemort, duel. Properly. Wizard to wizard. Let these men watch us. Let them see a Dark Lord make good on 11 years of myth. Harry tilted his head. "Tom," he said. "I will not duel you." "You will not, I will not duel you, because that is your vocabulary and your stage. I have my own. I had promised myself, 2 years ago, that I would come to you at some point and do this, and now is the point. Watch." He began to walk towards Voldemort. He walked, not quickly, through the gap between 2 Death Eaters that did not step aside because they had not yet decided to. A Death Eater drew and fired. A green light, a killing curse, leapt from his wand and crossed the space to Harry's chest. It hit Harry's chest. Harry took one further step. The Death Eater who had cast it began, politely, to explain himself. Harry did not give him the chance. Harry, at a walking pace, reached the Death Eater, lifted him by the neck of his robe, and set him down on his side on the ground, asleep. It looked, to the other Death Eaters, as if the laying down had been done by a kind uncle with a drunk nephew. Harry's other hand was still at his side. The wand in his hand had not moved. Several things happened then. The Death Eaters, belatedly, understood that the green light had not worked. 2 of them raised wands and fired together. The curses crossed Harry. Harry kept walking. Voldemort, at the end of the row, saw, in real time, a thing he had never seen before, his most deadly spell cast at a boy at point-blank range, and the boy not noticing. The boy was looking at him. The boy was still moving in a straight line, through his ring of men, as though they were shrubs. Bellatrix Lestrange, to her enormous credit, saw it first. "My lord," she said, and her voice was, for Bellatrix, reasonable, "My lord, retreat, silence, Bella." "My lord, we did not know, silence." Voldemort tried, with his own wand, the killing curse. It was the thing that had defined him, as a boy, in Hogwarts, 40 years ago. It was the thing he had built his life around. It had not, in 40 years, failed him on an unwarded target. It was famously, in the canon of the dark arts, unblockable. The green light crossed Harry. It did not kill him. It did not, in fact, do anything at all. Harry was, by then, 4 paces from Voldemort. He took the 4 paces. He reached up. He took Voldemort's wand out of Voldemort's hand, gently, the way you take a spoon from a child. He broke it between 2 fingers. He dropped the 2 halves. Voldemort, for the first time since the Chamber of Secrets 2 years before, took one small, involuntary step back. Harry caught him, lightly, by the front of his robes. "Tom," Harry said, "listen." He did not hit him. He did not, yet, hurt him. He held him. He looked into the red eyes. His own eyes, green, were very calm and very clear, and under them, behind them, something else was very close to the surface. "Tom Marvolo Riddle," Harry said. "I want you to understand, while you still have a mouth to hear with, that you were not, and have never been, a great dark wizard. You were a clever, frightened, unloved, small boy. I am sorry that you were unloved. I am more sorry than you can know about your mother, and that she died. It is possibly the saddest thing that has happened in this country in a century. I am not, however, sorry about you. You took the small unloved boy, and you made a monster of him, on purpose, across 40 years, and you murdered my mother and my father and a great many other people's mothers and fathers, and you tried to murder an 11-month-old child in his cradle, and that was the moment, in this whole life and the last, in which you ceased to be interesting." Voldemort, caught in Harry's grip, tried to speak. "Shoo," Harry said, kindly, and closed Voldemort's mouth with a thumb. Voldemort, because he had lived a long time and had grown, over that time, some sort of stubbornness, tried one thing more. He threw at Harry's mind the full weight of what was left of Tom Marvolo Riddle, every manipulation and every dark old spell and every carefully distilled terror of a boy in a Muggle orphanage who had, above all else, feared being ordinary. Harry felt it arrive. Harry did not, at any point, flinch. Harry, in the casual grammar of a Viltrumite who had, in a former life, hosted worse things in his own skull on purpose, routed it, gently, out through his ear, into the wet Halloween graveyard wind, where it dispersed. Voldemort opened his mouth, again. "Ssh," Harry said, again, kindly. "You had your turn." Then, to the 31 men in the circle, in a voice Conquest had once used before a city, he said, "Kneel." The circle did not kneel, at first, because the circle did not quite believe that it had been ordered to. The circle believed, for a half-second more, that it was a circle of the terrifying servants of the most terrifying man in the country, and that the most terrifying man in the country was being held by the collar of his robes like a kitten, and that the kitten holder was, by the calendar, a 4th-year student. The circle looked at the kitten holder. The kitten holder did not move. Lucius Malfoy, who had been trying for 3 years not to think about a drawing room on the west of Hogwarts Castle and a voice out of an old throne, was the first to kneel. He went down so quickly that his knee cracked on a flagstone. After that it was a domino effect. Bellatrix went down last, and Bellatrix went down hissing, and Bellatrix went down. 31 wands, on the wet grass of Little Hangleton graveyard, pointing nowhere. 31 men on their knees. Harry looked at the man in his grip. "All right, Tom," he said. "All right." He laid his other hand against Voldemort's cheek, almost tenderly. He closed his fingers. Later, the newspaper account said many different things, most of which were wrong. It was reported that Harry Potter had dueled the Dark Lord in a ring of fire. It was reported that Harry Potter had cast a dozen spells no one had ever heard of. It was reported that Harry Potter had been chosen by some higher power, which had descended in a column of white light, which was not a thing Harry had ever done nor would ever do, but which was the kind of story the Daily Prophet wanted to tell. The truth, as heard by the 31 kneeling men, was this: Harry Potter had touched Voldemort's cheek, and Voldemort had made one small sound, and then, quite quietly, stopped. Stopped being. There had been no corpse. There had been a fine rain of ash from where Harry had been holding him. The ash had drifted down in the wet graveyard grass and, in a few moments, had been washed into the ground by the damp October night. Harry, standing in the center of the graveyard, had turned to the kneeling Death Eaters. "Listen very carefully," he had said. "I am going to tell you what is going to happen. You are going to take your wands. You are going to walk, calmly, to the low stone wall at the east end of this graveyard. You are going to lay your wands, one by one, on top of the wall. You are going to sit down on the grass in front of the wall, with your hands on your knees. You are going to wait. In about 11 minutes, Aurors from the Ministry of Magic will arrive. You will go with them. You will testify, each of you, against each other. You will each serve the remainder of a long and well-deserved sentence in Azkaban, where there are no longer Dementors, because I did away with the Dementors last year, and which is therefore these days only a prison, and not a hell. You will be alive. Your children will be able to visit you. This is the generous settlement. If, at any point in the next 11 minutes, any of you draws his wand, I will be in front of him before he has finished the draw, and I will not be gentle. Do you understand me?" They understood him. They laid their wands on the wall. They sat down in front of it. In the middle of the graveyard, Harry lifted his hand, made a small patient gesture with it, the first actual piece of magic he had performed all night, and sent, up through the low grey clouds, a single silver Patronus in the shape of a great heart, which passed through the weather and arrived, a few moments later, at the kitchen of number 12 Grimmauld Place, and laid itself down in front of Sirius Black and said, in Harry's voice, "He's finished. Come and collect the rest." Then Harry sat down on a gravestone in the middle of the graveyard, and he waited. While he waited, he looked, for a while, at a gravestone he had been standing near all evening, on which was the name Tom Riddle Sr. He did not feel anything particular. He had not known the man. The man had been, in his way, another victim. Harry put his hand on the gravestone for a moment, then took it away. He then looked, for somewhat longer, up at the slow clearing sky. A full moon showed between the clouds. He thought of Remus, for a moment. He was glad Remus was at the castle with Dumbledore tonight. He thought of his mother and his father. He thought of the cupboard under the stairs. He thought, for a long quiet beat, that this had been a life he had not expected to have, and that the life had turned out better, in its first 14 years, than anything he had lived in the last 6,000. The Aurors arrived in a thunderclap of apparition and began, briskly, to collect the kneeling men, and Harry, on the gravestone, let them. A young Auror named Nymphadora Tonks, Harry had known she'd be in the first wave, because Tonks had, since the summer, become firm friends with Sirius and more than firm friends with Lupin, stopped in front of him, her hair, which had been a cheerful purple on her last birthday, now a very careful grey. "Harry," Tonks said. "Tonks. Are you?" "I'm fine." "You sitting on a Riddle family grave?" "Yes. Of course you are." She made a small, stunned noise. "Harry. You're smiling." "Yes. Should we, take them away, Tonks? Be gentle with the Malfoy boy's father. Not because he deserves it. Because Draco Malfoy is finishing his 4th year at Hogwarts, and he is doing the work of becoming, over a long time, someone his father was not, and it will go easier if his father goes quietly. Can you manage that?" Tonks stared at him. Yeah, Harry. I can." "Good. Harry, yes. How old are you, really?" Harry grinned, suddenly, and the grin was so young that Tonks laughed, in surprise, into her hand. 14, Tonks. I'm 14. Oh, sod off. Take them, Tonks. Tonks took them. Sirius came through last, out of a ministry port key, in a frantic state, and ran across the graveyard to him, and skidded to his knees on the wet grass in front of the gravestone, and put his hands on Harry's shoulders. "You get," Sirius said, shakily. "You complete, utter, absolute, I'm fine. You let them curse you." "Yes. Harry, Sirius. Come on. Stand up. We need to get home." Sirius, laughing, crying, stood up. He looked at Harry in the moonlight. You were smiling, when I came in. Through the graveyard. You were smiling." "Yes." "Why?" Harry looked up at him. "Because," he said, "that's the last thing he'll ever do. And now I get to do the rest of it." The next morning, at Hogwarts, Dumbledore met him at the gates. The headmaster had come down to the gates to meet him personally, in his dressing gown, at 6:45 in the morning, which was a thing he had never done for any other student. He opened the iron. He stepped aside. Harry, walking through, nodded. They went up to the castle in silence. In Dumbledore's office, with Fawkes watching from his perch, Dumbledore said, "Are you well?" "Yes." "Are you, really?" "Yes, Albus. I am well. I am, in fact, unfortunately for your sense of the moral, not particularly moved. I have ended many bad men in many lives. I do not ascribe to myself any weight for having ended this one. He had been, in one life or another, on my list for a long time. Ah. I am, however, moved by the morning. By the fact that the morning, as a whole, is here. Yes." Dumbledore sat, slowly. "Harry, I need, again, to ask. What do you wish to do now? Now you have no Dark Lord to fight." Harry looked at him. "Albus," he said. "I have decided. Yes. I have decided not to conquer." A pause. "I have decided also not to rule. I have decided that whatever I do, I will not do it from a throne. I have spent quite enough lifetimes on thrones. I want to live this one as something I was never permitted to be, in any of them. I want to be, a person. A boy. With friends." Dumbledore's face did not entirely hold. "But," said Harry, politely, "I am going to be something else as well, because I am what I am and I cannot pretend otherwise. I am going to be an option. An option that this world has not had before. A thing that sits over its politics, and over its institutions, and over its ministries and its banks and its dark lords and its, sometimes, its headmasters, and that says no when no needs to be said, and says yes when yes can be said, and which, being answerable to no one, will answer only to its own conscience. That is a great deal of power, Harry. Yes. Will you be, in your own estimation, a good conscience? I do not know, Albus. I believe I will try. I have been working on it. Friends help. Hermione in particular helps. Ron helps without knowing he is helping, which is, I am told, the best kind of help. You help, though you are a good deal older than I am, and we pretend otherwise. Sirius helps. Ginny, he paused, helps, in a very particular way, which I will come back to when I am older. I think I will be all right. I do not think, Albus, that I will be perfect. I think I will not, even, entirely be safe. But I will be better than what has been hovering over this world otherwise. That is the best I can offer. Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. It is enough, he said, at last. They sat for a while longer in silence. The sun was rising over the forbidden forest. In Hogsmeade, an early owl went by. Fawkes stretched his neck and let one feather drift down to the desk. Dumbledore picked it up. He twirled it, absently, between his thumb and forefinger. He laid it down. Harry. Yes, Albus. May I have one request? Of course. Finish your schooling. Finish it normally. Take your OWLs and your newts. Play your Quidditch. Kiss a girl, if there is a girl you wish to kiss. Become a boy's thing. Let the world, for 3 years, be a school year, for you. The world will keep. Harry smiled. I intend to, Albus. Thank you. I am in no hurry, you know. There is a great deal of time. Yes, said Dumbledore, I suppose there is. The next morning in the Great Hall, the news had not yet officially broken, but the hall knew, in the way a castle's hall always knew. Students had come down to breakfast in an unusually formal silence. The Daily Prophet had arrived in Owl's late and in a state of panic. Ron and Hermione, when Harry came in, rose off the Gryffindor bench without thinking about it, which was a thing Harry would tease them about for years. Sit down, he said, mildly. They sat down. Ginny, across the table, put her hand on his. Tell us, Hermione said, quietly, over her porridge. All of it. Every bit. You can't get away with just, he's dead, the way you got away with, we killed a troll. Harry looked at her. He looked at Ron. He looked at Ginny. All right, he said. Walk with me after breakfast. Round the lake. It will take an hour. I'll tell you every bit of it, and I'll tell you a few other things, while we're walking, that you should by now know. Hermione's hand tightened on her spoon. Ron put down his toast. Ginny looked up. About? About me, Harry said. The whole of me. It is, I think, time. They walked, the 4 of them, around the lake on a cold clear November morning, and by the time they came back to the castle Harry Potter had, for the first time in either of his lives, been known entirely by 3 people who loved him. Hermione, at the end, was crying quietly into her scarf. Ron was white. Ginny was smiling. You great alien idiot, Ginny said, very gently, taking his hand. All right. All right. Now you know what we are, and we know what you are, and we can get on with it. With what? With the rest of your life. The one where you're 14, and a 4th year, and you have history of magic in a quarter of an hour, and we are going to make you take notes. Come on. She tugged him by the hand up the lawn. Ron, beside them, shaking his head once and then quickly, said, aliens, mate. Yes, Ron. Outer space. Yes, Ron. There's other planets. Yes, Ron. You've been to other planets. Yes, Ron. Though not in this body. Please stop saying yes, Ron, in your head with me. How do you know stop that. Then stop monologuing, Ronald. Stop that. Hermione behind them snorted into her scarf. You are the weirdest. Yes. I'm still your friend. I know. Good. Hermione, behind them, laughed, wetly, into her scarf. That afternoon, Harry went down to the lake. He went alone. He walked past the greenhouses, past the pumpkin patch, past Hagrid's hut, where Fong the boarhound came out to be scratched under the jaw. He walked down to the stones at the lake's edge. He stood looking out across the water. It was a grey November noon. The water was still. The forbidden forest, on the far side, was a dark line. Above it, the sky, washed clean by the previous night's rain, was very wide and very pale and very open. Harry looked up at it. He stood for a long time. The wind moved in the reeds at the edge of the water. A pair of students in third-year robes walked, at a distance, toward the greenhouses without seeing him. He liked that. He did not, at present, want to be seen. He had, over the last 2 years, learned to be not seen in a new way. Not invisibility, not the cloak was a parlor trick he now rarely used, because he did not need it, and because old gifts should be reserved for their days. What he had learned was to be the shape of someone not being noticed. He stood on the stones by the lake, and the third-year students went by, and they did not see him, and it was because he had made himself into a thing that did not, at that moment, need their seeing. This, Conquest had done in his old life, too, in the corridors of palaces when he had wanted a moment to think. It was a small art. It was, Harry thought, the art most useful to him now, in this life in which he had decided not to conquer, because the art of not being noticed was the art of letting the world go on about its business while a very large force stood in a corner of the lake and breathed, and did no harm. He breathed, and did no harm. He thought about a life in which he had stood on the edge of a glacier on a planet with 2 suns, and had looked out across a frozen field at an army of men, and had lifted a hand, and had brought the sky down on them. He thought about a life in which he had, on another world, torn through the roof of a palace and taken the throne by force and held it for 40 years and never once been told a true word. He thought about a life in which he had laughed, just once, at a kneeling emperor, and how the laugh had echoed. He thought of all of that. He put it down. He thought about Petunia, in a kitchen at number 4, Privet Drive, watching him spread marmalade on his toast on a Sunday morning after 2 men had come through her window. He thought of Hagrid, on the Piccadilly line, holding on to an overhead rail with the earnest determination of a man who had decided to do a Muggle thing. He thought of McGonagall on a park bench in April, telling him his parents would have been proud. He thought of Hermione, in the Gryffindor common room, saying do not stop. He thought of Ron, at a breakfast table, passing the kippers. He thought of Ginny, waking up in his arms with tears running down her face. He thought of Dumbledore, standing beside him at a window in the astronomy tower and saying, in the starlight, welcome home. He exhaled, very slowly. In the sky above him, a small shadow appeared, Hedwig, returning from the Ollery, circling once to find him, coming in on a long patient descent. She landed on the stone at his feet and looked up. Hey, Harry said, softly, to her. She hooted. He lifted her gently onto his shoulder. And Harry Potter, who had been Conquest of Viltrum, who had, in this life, let the old general go to bed at last, walked back up the lawn toward the castle on an ordinary autumn afternoon in Scotland, with a snowy owl on his shoulder and a school bag over his back, to go to his afternoon class, which was, as it happened, care of magical creatures. At the edge of the forbidden forest, in the shadow of the tree lean, a centaur, Firenze, the one Harry had always liked best, watched him go, and then lifted his head and looked up, for a long and courteous moment, at a sky that had, without anyone else in Britain knowing it, been quietly and permanently changed. For the first time in 1,000 years, Firenze thought to himself, in the language of centaurs, this island is safe. He bent his head, briefly. Then he turned, and went back into the forest, where the news would keep, for tonight, among the trees.